Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は、sorry, voice broke. 今日は280、6日目です。It is day 286. We had a bit of a half day yesterday to get our day 4 in. Today is really spread out to, let's see, 6:38 p.m. So there's a high chance we'll pick this up, but these are gonna fast forward. Been having some long days, but really very intriguing and different developing days. So unexpected surprises. Had quite a lot of conversations that are setting up the stages for different things. So we're kind of playing it by ear at this point, just rolling with the punches. Let's see, 71. So yesterday I remember going over maybe 14 of these items, so 40 of these are the newer stuff. We'll see what the other reviews are. This month is kind of like tumbling, somersaulting, flipping, getting down, skating month, because Inktober, first year, not clearing my calendar for Inktober, certainly has created quite a bit of balancing act I'm trying to figure out. All right, let's get right into it. Okay. I'm most definitely having a wonderful privilege to indulge in things that remind me of my younger self, that drive me to do and push myself in ways that I haven't felt in some time. So, more on that later, probably. I can imagine it's gonna come up very soon. Oh, wait. Kakaku. What is Kaku with value? His value status is the price. Okay. Hima. Oh. Nah. Datsuji. 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 Okay. It's a... Heck. Oh no. Wait. Teiketsu. What? Hold. What? Okay, hold up. Pretty sure that's sun, right? Oh no. What am I doing? Anjo. What? Sorry. Wait. Oh no. Tanjo. Oh, what did I type? I might have typed on. This is just birth. Hanjobi. That was a little embarrassing. Let's see. Heck. Send help. Oh.
就職
Okay.
坊さん
Osan.
怒鳴る
Donaru.
痛い
Itai. Oops. I'm gonna skip this for now. No, it's Onyomi.
引退
Right.
Kankyaku
Ankyaku. Oops. I guess sightseer is better than tourist. Wait, Ankyaku. Viewing guest, is that not a tourist? Ankyaku. Excuse me? Oh wait. Oh no wait. Viewing guess. So you know what? Oh, that's interesting. Viewer versus sightseeing. Versus tourist. Ankyaku. Huh. Context will be
階段
helpful. So no worry. The oh. Something makes me want to type like cheeky. That doesn't sound quite. Is it? I think it's cheeky.
地域
Cheeky. Oh man, this one sounds weird.
Minami kaze
That's it. Takaze. I totally forgot how the ne works in my mnemonic. Is it home. Hmm. It's very important that I get the ne. Oh, net. Yes.
尋ねる
Kazuneru. It's one of my hinges. One of my keywords. Dropping a keyword is devastating.
第1弾
第一弾.
Dankai.
はい。
症状
表情。
迷信。
迷信。I keep spelling superstitious incorrectly. Or maybe it's supposed to be superstition now that I think about it.
迫害
Akukai. Wait. Heck. What? Oh,
迷子
Michael. What?
相対。
相対. Okay.
悩み。
悩み. Nope. Heck. Heck.
大西洋。
大西洋.
昇級
So cute. Oh.
訪問
Almond. I imagine this might be the other unit. Okay, manage. Oh. Okay. YOLO? Hmm. Loss. I thought that was feeling. Doesn't quite strike it, huh? It's not feeling. Astray. Loss. Astray plus misguided.
迷惑。
Ewa. Which is struggle. Um,
組織
Soshiki. That Soshiki kind of reminds me of Kaisha. Weird. Kinda weird. Wee bit weird.
迫る。
昇進
Yoshin. Oh, what? Promotion. What? Or job promotion.
休暇。
You cut.
胃痛。
It's oops. No. Yes. Ek. No, that's urgent. Wait. Huh. No. Well, that is. Wait. Yeah. Urgency. I really thought it was oh. I need to
切腹
puku. It's not urgency. Okay, I don't want to talk about it. I mean, that's kind of an urgency, you know, if you think about it.
誘惑
You. Yeah. Some part of me wanted to type food, but that's not it. Ci? Ci?
福祉
Fukushi. What the Fukushi? Hmm. 私は昨日、日本語の時プレス福祉をstudied poetry. Okay. Wow, I got shot down fast. Who are vice, right? Oh, vice words. Oh, subtitles. What? Oh no, maybe it's not subtitles. Maybe like verses, lyrics. Oh no, wait, hold up. Part of speech, but it's like secondary, right? What the heck was subtitles? Eh? Oh, okay. So this is adverb. That can be a problem. The difference between adverb and subtitles. Okay. Oops.
圧迫
Apaku. Yeah. What is another way to say pressure? We'll just stick to pressure.
富士
Fuji.
悩む
Nayamu. Ah, wait, hold, yes. What?
Mero
What did I type the first time? I just don't know. Let's just forget that happened. Oops. Wait, is Vice still? I think Vice is still. Oh no, it's not. Oh no, wait. This is not Vice. Stomach. Stomach.
腹
Okay. Can't quite get this because something is confusing. Eh. Oh no, wait.
迷う
Oh. It's different. It's another entry that I'm thinking of. That's why I was lost.
退院する
Ein suru. Heck. Oh, that's renew, actually. What? There's no way this is Kunyomi. Right? There's no way this is a hybrid. That means I have something. Oh, I was using something else.
更新
Oshin. Right? Okay. I think I'm having a slight conflict here. Let's take a look at Cole for a moment. No. Nope. Not those. Not these. Interesting. So why do I think of Kai? Hold up. Where is Kai coming from? Interesting. I have no idea where Kai is coming from. What? Oh. What is happening? That is wild and... Oh.
やろ
Yaro. I don't know if I'm gonna end up remembering negative words tend to be tough.
う閉める
Oh. There is an overlap between a strangle ring and then Titan. Interesting, huh?
小
Oh. Ah! Oh, just kidding. What am I? Hmm. Is it taking Kaku, but not, right? Not Kaku. It is each. But we're doing Onono.
おのおの
Alright. Yeah, that's fine.
東アジア い
値段
You're done.
一応
Chio. What? One response. For now? Need a little work here. So one response will sum up is for each problem. For now, it's kind of great. Okay.
究極 変更
Inko. Oh. Okay. Uh.
領土
Yodo. Yeah. What? That's not impure. Oh, right. Yes.
だんだん
And no. Heck.
健忘症
Rainbow show. Oh wait.
南極
Nankyoku. I don't know where I was going with that.
西日
CB. All right, we're back. Once. Oops. Oh no. No, wait. We're weaving, right?
折る
Loaded. All right, so we got the other 17. What time is it? 7. I mean, if I really struggle with these 17, that would be kind of very unfortunate. Oh. Wait. How is that? I forgot how this is different. Skipping this for now. Go.
罰
Let's see.
罰ゲーム
That's the game.
She said
He said, he said, wait, figure of force? Power? Full? Shit. Figure and then like posture. Attitude is pretty good. Posture. Coming on figures. Oops. What? Oh, plan. Hold up. Could have sworn that's Saku. Oh, wait.
制作
Saku. Darn. I thought I could commit, but I can't. I feel like it's like, no, maybe like, I'm having second thoughts on the left character. At first I was hovering over Ritsu, then I was hovering over Te, then I was hovering over Shi. And because I need to know the left to know if it's Choku or not. Conundrum. This is me. Get off the. That's rank. So, oh no, that's not now. That's set, right? Set. Um,
位置
ichi, which is a position. You know, E is kind of weak. E, not so much. That was a miss. Okay. Okay. Something makes me want to type iki.
勢い
I don't know. Anyways. Your area, 領域
領域
領域 各自
各自
or 各自 oh interesting I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was 平板 各自 Why are you so weak?
勢力
勢力
赤ん坊
願望 wait. A combo is weird. Oh, there's it.
観光
Uncle. Oh no, this is. Oh no, this is sightseeing. Okay, so let's think about this. Sightseeing versus no. This won't get mixed up with. Yeah, I don't think I would get this mixed up. But kanjaku. Kanjaku. Okay. What?
咲く
I mean, I couldn't think of anything. Dude. Oh yeah, I skipped this. I YOLO'd that so hard. Oh, I forgot to add the new view, like spam bots. Spam bots changed up 2 new links. Got to add them to the ban list. I don't understand how this is changed. Oh wait, it's like I don't think no. Oh no, that's something else. right? Mm. The only other thing is all can be no, right?
反応
Like dispute or debate or negate or argue. What the anti? What? The response? Oh, a reaction. Hmm. Han Solo had an anti-reaction at the response to. No, rough. All right, let's see. We have Han Solo for sure. We have all. To the to I guess we do like Nostra Dame Sama O Sama. Okay, just gotta remember that no and all are put together. That's kind of weak. 721. Could wait for 8. Nah. Any amount of time I can scrap on by will be thrown to Inktober. Okay. Let's go over these. So now we have all the ones updated. Now we're on a 2-day timer, probably. Or possibly a 3-day timer. More time to draw. Alright, let's do our definitions. And our reads. Okay. Show. Beckon. Dan. Steps. E. Stomach. Good. Belly. Pain. Height. Retreat. Yield. Naya. Worry. Spare time. Shiki. Shoku. Weave. Len. Me. Astray. I got stuck on this for a brief time today. Bucket. Misguided. You. Invite. Chew. Get a position. All. Visit. Do. Anger. Do. Ascend. Mean. Sleep. Sweet. Drowsy. Do. Symptom. Titan stopped on te. Haku. Urge. Akoga. Yearn. Kutsu. Shoes. No. Dense. Sun. Edge. Goku. stream, full route, and healthy, full ease, and roll guy paused on roll again multiple times. It's getting kind of mixed up with yen. Yeah, slightly. Which is a difference of a stroke, I think. Yeah, it's a difference of a stroke. Okay. That's it for WaniKani. Oh, do I have stuff to go over? Yes. That's it for our WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try. Let me know what you think. You're always welcome to come on by, share some stories, change some ideas and strategies, keep each other motivated, right? Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Wedgie Ninja. No way it's your Wani. Oh, sorry. This is HanziHero. We completed our WaniKani page. This is what the WaniKani page looks like. Recently the WaniKani page changed, right? So this is what my WaniKani page looks like. But we just finished our session with that. I guess this is what they meant by customization. The WaniKani, I mean, it still looks relatively like that as well. You're still pretty early on. You mean you just got to unlocking level 3 items and notification telling you to pay them for the rest of it? Yeah. How are you enjoying WaniKani right now? Alright, folks. Welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第270有天. It is day 279 with HanziHero. Welcome. Yeah, I do WaniKani first, then I do HanziHero next. HanziHero is kind of the other side of things for my 2025 project. So HanziHero teaches traditional Chinese and simplified Chinese, which HanziHero looked like this from the start when they launched about, I guess it's been 2-3 years now. But it's quite similar. On the surface, it's quite similar to WaniKani. So, similar principles using SRS system. The mnemonic system is a little bit different, and that's where the things are different. But yeah, welcome to the WaniKani community, I suppose. Definitely check out the WaniKani forum page under third-party apps. You can totally... since their dashboard just changed, so you probably experienced that. I'm not sure if you started recently or you were right there when they changed the dashboard. In the forum, in their third-party section, there's quite a lot of people actively adjusting to the dashboard changes. Hopefully you're having a very fruitful and engaging and motivating start to your Japanese language learning journey. Obviously, when you're saying they're getting the notification about paying, you must be getting close to reaching the end of the trial period. And there are other ways. If you look around even on the WaniKani forum, you will likely be able to find how to continue your studies and whatnot if the paying and stuff is not accessible, because there's still Anki. People can definitely get you situated on Anki, and quite a lot of other competitive apps. I purchased WaniKani's Life subscription, and it's also the same for HanziHero, because it was an investment that I wanted to make to cover for this year. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of background. All right, folks, we have 3 terms. 3 terms from yesterday. We have fu for carry on back, and then we have it fu dan, the 2 associated. So fu. That's carry on back, and it's combined with done. How does this work? Dagger, cliff, feet. Oh, I'm missing something. What am I missing? Got the legs, got the hand. I'm definitely missing one thing. Dang it, done. Oh, words. Actually, that's not strongly part of the mnemonic right now. This is carry on shoulder. You're enjoying it from the sense of feeling like you're actually learning the language. You wrote down all your items on a notebook soon, and as you get new ones, nice. It's really rewarding to like fill out a notebook and then like get that satisfying feeling of having a record of your practice. Yeah. If you're worried about payment, right? Once you finish the trial, at the forums, that is a very common question for these things, and oftentimes like subscriptions and stuff can be inaccessible to quite a lot of people. So looking at Anki it takes a little bit of a learning curve for Anki, but you can still capture a lot of the WaniKani thing. And then if you're really into the WaniKani specific things like mnemonics and whatnot, Anki is a platform in which other creators also utilize these techniques in a very similar system. So you can gather all the things that you enjoy about WaniKani, and then you're already writing in notebooks and stuff, so that's already transferable to everything else. That satisfaction can be carried with you for sure. Immediate was 直. Oh no, 急. What was 急? Silver and postage. Yeah. Immediate. I'm obviously doing it in a way of recording and writing. Tell me how to continue so you're not left with nothing after finishing your trial. At least you're far enough to know your icon radicals are child and roof. Ah, yeah. Child and roof. Yes. My icon. Oh, yes. Yes. That is, yep. Yeah. This is HanziHero's logo, right? HanziHero. They use 字 or ji, which means character in both Japanese and Chinese. You'll find that traditional Chinese overlaps. So oftentimes I do these back together because they kind of complement each other for myself. Some people could say it's a little bit of, you can get it mixed up. That's true also. But it's nice. I do both. So this means the same, this captures the same meanings at both traditional Chinese and Japanese. Oh no, it's this is the name of the app. So anything that I use, their logo and stuff is referring to what that is. So whenever someone asks me, what am I using? Right below it. Right below it. That's what it is. So like, for example, if we move over to WaniKani, WaniKani is right below. In case people ask, it's right there. There isn't a like WaniKani or a HanziHero section. These things don't have sections or anything like that. And for the record, I simultaneously stream to both Twitch and YouTube, and YouTube doesn't have Twitch doesn't have a section for these either. Okay, but I understand. I understand about the placement. All right, let's get into our lesson.
埋藏
Okay, my tongue, berry and tongue, berry and store away. Berry, okay.
埋藏
It's
欺骗
欺骗，欺 bill and hamper. Oh, deceive, 骗 deceive. 欺骗 makes sense.
欺骗接纳
接纳 welcome 纳 receive, welcome, receive, admit. Interesting. Like to admit someone in instead of admitting to accept. Oh, interesting. Accept and admit. How's this? 他们接纳了新的团队成员。Okay, so to allow in as well. Okay, fair enough.
接纳
Yeah,
傍晚
傍晚 roster one. No, close to 傍晚 close to the evening or close to late evening. Dusk at dusk nightfall. That's okay.
傍晚
傍晚
山坡
香坡 this one's a little weird. 香坡 mountain mountain slope. Oh no, that kind of makes sense. Hillside, mountain slope. You're definitely gonna look into all those Anki and other stuff to finish learning Japanese now. Also looking into the community a bit too. Thanks. Yeah, take care. I look forward to hearing some progress. Like, oh, what I mean is whatever you do, like come on back every once in a while, maybe like 2 or 3 months down the line. I would love to see how quickly you take off. The beginning months of language learning is incredibly rewarding and stimulating. Also, right, appreciate and don't overwhelm yourself, right, too early on. There's quite a lot of options out there. Good luck. Thank you, Ninja. Okay. Hillside.
山坡
makes sense. Okay.
埋藏
埋藏
欺骗傍晚山坡
江坡 Oh, I suddenly switched half and half and typed Japanese and Chinese. Oh, but sorry, no idea how that you ended up there, but yeah, you'll be plenty excited to come back and show you my progress. Yeah, until next time. Yeah, good luck. Ganbare. Ganbare, ninja-san. Ninja. See. Yeah. よろしくお願いします。Okay, Admit. Yeah, no.
接纳
Alright. Gangko. Makes sense. Okay.
港口
Oh, Gangko. Well, yeah. After Gangko.
隐藏
Yingchang. To hide and it looks like store is much more of a complimentary. Like the nature of the bearing and the nature of the hiding.
隐藏吸附
Fu. Deceive. Oh, cool. Carry on back. How does man. Okay. You're gonna have to help me out here. One way to bully someone is to deceive them by making them look the other way, then picking them up and carrying on. Okay, fair. That doesn't help that much.
吸附
Just remember bully.
容纳
Rongna. Contain. Na. Receive. Oh, interesting. Hold.
容纳
Rongna.
矿藏
Kwantan. Minerals and for mining. Hoang. Storage. Mineral deposit. Makes sense.
矿藏
Kwantan.
港口
Oh.
容纳
Rongna. Okay.
吸附
Cool.
隐藏
隐藏
矿藏
暗藏 Next
收
one, next
藏
one. 收藏 收藏 that's interesting too. Accept oh, receive. Oh, that's receive and it's not accept either. Oh, interesting. Oh, there's gonna be somewhat of a problem with collect and receive and store. I can see a weirdness going on here. Okay. Leave and store.
收藏藏品
藏品 collection makes sense. Or a bunch of products.
藏品
藏品
挨饿
Oh my gosh. 挨饿 Interesting. Suffer hunger, yeah.
挨饿 旗
Qi? Oh, that kind of looks like a qi. Flag. Kirby is inside the living room of the house, where he has established a base in the corner near the TV. He has a clothes hamper on the floor. Oh, Kirby and your clothes hamper. On the floor to serve as the walls of the base, and has a flag on top of it. In Kirby's hands is a compass and a handgun. Oh boy. Incidentally, these two things are also painted on the white flag that serves as a base banner. Kirby is ready for anything, and the compass makes him know he's always going in the right direction. Oh, this is probably TI. Probably can combine it with I. Wait, what does I mean again? Oh, thus? Oh, I'm not sure if it... Actually, maybe it might not be able to combine with thus. I don't know how I feel about this. Kind of cute, but kind of weird at the same time. Compass thing. Let's go with it. Koichi makes sense. Bai Qi, white flag, yeah. Qi Pao. I don't actually. I'm too uncultured for Qi Pao. Black. Oh, it must be like. Oh yeah, it is. It's the dress. I kind of equated qi pao. I kind of equated to like yukata, right? Yukata. Very distinct, and it just goes by those names. What does this even say? No. Banner, got nothing. Other thing.
起
Imagine it and we'll be good, hopefully.
爆
Flag is rough. Oh, to explode. I think this is probably gonna get linked with either... Oh, it could be like bao bao. Like violent explosion, bao bao. Or maybe like bao jia. Probably bao jia. Bao jia for explode explode. For sure. Oh, Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the barn where he is terribly bored once again. He got some seaweed, okay, and snowflakes, and mixes it into the pile of manure by the sink. Then he gets a sun out of his pocket. Okay. We're gonna extend from our previous mnemonic. The Bart is in the bathroom of the barn. He is once again... What was the other one? Oh, violent? He is extremely bored doing chores during the winter. Right, during the winter. During the winter day. Yeah, we can use day here. During the winter day. So he decided to make some to take some of the seaweed out from the snowflakes, set them on fire. I'm trying to make things explode. Oh my. It's not great, but maybe we need manure as well. It's fine. This will fine. We're fine. Oh, Bao Zhu. Interesting. Firecracker. There it is. Bao Jia. Okay.
爆
Okay.
收藏 爆
Okay, I'm relying on
起
these characters being... They look like the sounds that they are now, so... We're kind of sort of relying on it, but the translation can get lost if they're standing alone without a context sentence. Like this one. This one can get lost.
藏品
tongue. 藏. Oh.
挨饿
All right, drop. D, really? It does look like a D as well. Okay. I think the closest one I would use is probably D. Oh, but it kind of looks like Jai as well, because Jai is just one finger away. Which kind of deals with dropping. Diddy Kong is in front of the house where he finds a strange antique that is in the middle of the lawn that keeps on spraying off water as though it's some sort of lawn sprinkler. Okay, Diddy Kong goes over to it and takes a banana and squeezes out a single drop of banana juice onto it. That single drop stops the antique from spraying. This character means drop as in drop of water. Oh, okay. I see. The water thing could help out too. I feel like Diddy Kong is more like just jam a banana over it, but they needs drop. So they ended up using the water drops. Interesting. All right, banana juice. Squeeze the banana juice. Come on, it's good enough. UD. UD. ED. No, ED. ED. Oh. Bit by bit. Oh, that's kind of cute. Despite being a water drop, this is kind of figurative.
低 铜
Hoang. Oh, got copper. Okay. Copper's to. No? Yes. The tong checks out. Tarzan is inside of the temple, sitting in front of a bunch of monks who worship him. Interesting. He wears a metal mask out of copper, and the monks think it is holy. Tarzan has no idea that if he puts on a copper mask, he'll be so venerated by those. Okay. I feel like the other way around would be kind of more interesting, but all right. I think that's fine. Qing Tong. Bronze. Qing Tong. Pure copper, bronze. Hong Kwang. Copper mine, makes sense. Hong Pai, bronze metal. Okay.
铜
Hong
户
Pool. That does somewhat look like a pool and a boo. And a pool. Oh no, that's kind of a lot. Okay, pool. A shop. Kind of look like yacht. Popeye is in the bathroom of the house. Popeye is such a rare one. Contention for top 2 spots. Popeye, Naruto, Neo, Naruto, and Popeye are still probably easily the rarest ones. Popeye is in the bathroom of the house where he set up a shop. Okay. In the bathtub are his wares, a bunch of metal trellises used to help grow spinach. His shop is called the Metal Trellis Spinach Shop. He has it written crudely on a piece of cardboard that he has nailed to the door. He sits on the toilet waiting for customers. Hmm. Oh, he could. That's fine. Kind of weird.
户社
To wade. Oh, hey, wade and fording. Right, this is ford. Yeah, to ford and wade. I remember having to look up what ford and wading was. For WaniKani. Alright, so ford and wade. Shrek is in the bathroom of the electricity plant, which is flooding. Okay. Water sprays everywhere, and all the muddy footprints that Shrek usually has are all washed away. He grabs an... that's interesting, footprints. That Shrek usually has is all washed away. He grabs an electricity line above to keep himself from slipping as he wades through the pool of bathroom water, leaving no footprint because his foots are somewhere. Footprint. I feel like walk is fine, or steps. It'll be fine. I think that's fine. Yep, interfere. Gung she. I'm not sure if it's gung for Japanese. 射击 I think it's a different interfere, different character. Oh no, it is this one because it's counterintuitive, right? That's the mnemonic for WaniKani. It's counterintuitive, so it interferes. Dry to wade through water.
社
I remember that.
玉
You. Oh, there's a lot of reputation. Oh, yeah. Space capsule. It's been a while. Space capsule. Back to Yugi. Yugi is in the bathroom of the house, going to the bathroom, when suddenly a space capsule comes crashing. This is not the first time Yugi has encountered the space capsule. Yi is the other one, right? Yeah. Smashing the tile floor. Yugi opens it, and out comes words that float around the bathroom, talking of Yugi's legendary reputation. Yugi notices that the space capsule has a note that some space species heard of his reputation and want him to enter the space capsule so he can go to them and be worshipped. I'm actually kind of curious. How much? Pretty sure Yugi has a bunch of space theme stuff, right? Yeah, because there are cyber dragons and aliens, right? Yeah. So, I got you. Mingyu, reputation makes sense. Rongyu, glory, reputation. To seek fame and praise. Interesting. Different gu. Gu ming da. Gu ming diao yu. Okay.
玉
All right.
D 玉
All right.
同
Right. This one might get
Ooh.
lost.
射
Mediocre. Oh, yeah. Okay. Alright, 152. We're about to hit our new milestone. And I have yet to decide if I'm going to take a pause and go through these before doing this. There are quite a lot of them. Like, continue to do reviews. Less so lessons, but do reviews. Let's get... No whammies, please. Oh boy. Already gone. What? Dang it.
肺脏
他有健康的肺脏。
What? Should have switched to machine a long time ago. Blank. I can start. Okay. That even help the machine thing? Not particularly either. Hmm.
野生
我怕野生的狗。
屎
What? Oh, there's another character on the right. oh, okay, that's fine. I lost my mind for a moment.
脸色
他的脸色变得很惊讶。
训
Oh no, wait, that's interrogate.
颜面
他的颜面充满了温暖。
It's still complexion or face. Okay. Oh, wrong tone. Anjian. What the Anjian? like a hint or clue? Ay, ay, ay. What?
另外，
我还要跟你谈另外一件事情。
Like other, another, okay.
尿
What happened here? I feel like that's good. Hmm. Um.
饮
Wow.
母 太空
太空站，
What in the world? Okay. Hmm.
“上游
船在向上游行进，
Okay. Huh. I don't know which one's weaker, the right or the left one. Wait. Oh. Oh, wait. Ooh. Oh, wait. What?
“贫穷
他的童年很贫穷。
Okay. That is rough. Okay, hold up. Okay. Man, Chong just Chong is not good. Not good.
中心
文章的中心意思，
Then what happened here?
安检
在进入大型活动时，
Oh,
大家都需要接受安检。
safety, safe, security check. Okay. Okay. Heck! What? Ah. What is that?
文章，
他的文章通常都很感人。
Like, yeah, sure. What? Oh.
夏日，
今天是一个炎热的夏日，
It's the simple ones. Heck. And it's not that. Hmm. Hmm. Oh.
不易，
跟他相处可不易。
胆小鬼，
他是个胆小鬼，
胆小鬼。
家，次序，
请依次序回答问题。
Or like organize one more time, order. Yeah. It's fine.
送，定，
or to decide. Okay, they don't even take setup.
反对，
我反对这个提议。
Ooh. Heck. Oh, 考虑。
参加，
我要去参加派对。
Old. Fine. Just gonna push that.
奋起，
我们必须奋起反抗。
我们必须奋起反抗。It's like do, exert, rise up, yeah. Rise with force, yeah. Which is also like supporting rise with spirit. That's fine. The meanings carried there.
考虑，
我们应该考虑他人的感受。
Consider. Yeah. I just it's she it's just no.
流血，
你的鼻子流血了。
金融，
他在金融公司上班。
金融 what like metal melting? What?
吉他，
这把吉他很贵。
Transliteration.
需，
It's like must, need. Jinrong? Describing company? Like... Oh my. Okay. Alright. That's fine.
据说，
据说他很聪明。
It's like suppose. Evidence say it is said that supposed allegedly, right?
设置，
请帮我设置一个提醒。
靠近，
他的房间靠近厕所。
Or close by, leaning towards, close by, next to. Okay.
措施，
我们必须采取安全措施。
or arranged, set out, measured, yeah, steps, make arrangements. yeah, arrangements. Basically measures as in plans, things that are already set in place.
水井、
他在水井旁洗衣服。
Whoa. I just typed whatever there.
保护、
我会保护你。
仔细、
他仔细地检查了每个细节。
摄影师、
这位摄影师很有名。
摄影师。
路灯、
入黑路灯都亮了。
Oh, street light. Street light, probably.
猛然、
他猛然站起来了。
他猛然站起来了。OK， 猛然。方向什么？方向盘。
方向盘。
驾驶员突然转动方向盘。
哦 ，OK。
平。
Oh no, that's proof. We're looking at proof. What am I looking at? What? Like an agency, right? Huh. Oops, that's a typo. Hoang is a weak one. Kind of practiced it. It's not. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I messed up the right hand one. So it's fine.
竹叶。
熊猫喜欢吃竹叶。
宏大。
这个计划十分宏大。
上山。
我们计划周末上山。
大麦。
大麦和小麦有什么不同？
What? I swear I thought I typed that already. Oh! Oh. I was typing Jiao instead of Xiao. No, that's fine. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. Heck.
最佳
他获得了最佳演员奖。
It's not Kai. Don't do it.
降水
雪是一种降水形式。
What? Oh, I typed the wrong. It's fine.
佛教
他信仰佛教。
耳宏观
宏观分析帮助我们理解整体的趋势。
Microscopic? Heck, microscopic. Or macroscopic, not microscopic. Macroscopic.
宣
That one's a bit tricky. How did I screw this up? Oh, Xiao. What is going on? Oh, dang it. I went through so many permutations of that. Oh my gosh. We'll have to reset when it comes back around. I guess I can put... I don't know which one is worse. Jie Xiao or Jie or Xiao. I don't know which one's worse. Jie Shi. Jie Shi is how I find that it's Jie. And then Xiao is a violator because all the others are Jiaos, not Xiaos. So, that's a little interesting. I keep thinking Shu. Oh no. WaniKani has a hold. What is that? That's a butler, right? It's gone. Like, that's massive interference. Yo, oh, it's a mutant. Oh, mutant and drop. That's not good. Alright, let's go change this up. There's no way. It has to be a little bit more complimentary. Let's see. Trying to fix up his cake of a Capitol building that was accidentally dropped on the floor. He puts some water on it and shoots it with a ray. Yeah, and at once. Even the definition would have been lost. Which one was Shu? I wrote Shu. What was the Shu that I missed? Find out later. Alright. Let's see. So Jimmy is in the bathroom of the bakery. Capitol building. maybe like trying to do many things at once. He received a mutant. He had to drop the things he is the baking he is doing to receive a call from the Capitol building about a mutant outbreak. Okay. Okay.
星期
下个星期
Okay. That works
就
pretty well. Pretty well now.
介绍所
婚姻介绍所
衬衣
衬衣破了一个洞
You practice that. um Man.
“柱子
这根柱子太短了
Okay.
上帝
我感谢上帝
披马尾
他剪掉了他的马尾
Man, does this one suck.
盐
Eventually I'm gonna struggle with that. Oh, I missed a U again. Okay. Okay. Whoa, wait, that's not. Oh, okay. All right. I'm like, that's not okay. What? Is that not what I think? Oh, no, it's not. Uh.
波
This one had to practice multiple times.
拥抱
小孩喜欢拥抱他们的父母
Young is
翼闯
What? How could I be so confidently wrong? Oh no. Oh no.
原料
这些原料是用来制作纸的
I thought it was like charged through things. What? Or like break through things. Rush. Yeah, that's fine. Charges. Good enough for the image. when you rush through something, you're breaking through something. But if you're charging through it, you're also breaking through it. That's just fine. Okay.
纠纷，
他们之间发生了一场纠纷。
栏目，
这是我最喜欢的栏目。
吵，愤怒，
他对这个结果感到愤怒。
愤怒。Whichever. Okay.
截止，
作品提交截止到下周一。
What's another way to say stop? Oh no, wait. Yeah, like completely stop? That's a little weird. Huh. Excuse me.
纠正，
老师纠正了我的发音。
I don't know what I messed up there. We'll think about it after.
震动，
音乐的低音让地板震动。
It's like stopping. It's fine to end. Alright. Fine to stop, to close, all of them. Finish. To just cut off. I mean, basically just a cut. Not in the literal way.
冷酷无情，
他的冷酷无情让人无法接受。
That was a weird pause. Uncool, Wu Qing. Like, there was an interesting pause there.
皇帝，
古代中国有很多皇帝。
截然不同，
他们的观点截然不同。
Did it to end. Okay.
驻华，
驻华记者报道了这则消息。
气愤，
这件事让我感到非常气愤。
A what?
宗，宠物，
我有一只宠物猫。
Oh, that's how you. Oh, interesting.
脚掌，
你可以按摩我的脚掌吗？
线，
What happened here? Wrong tone. Wrong tone.
幻想，
他的幻想很有创意。
酷似，
他的声音酷似他的爸爸。
吞，
Ah, it's Yuki.
塞，遭， 清醒，
他是一个非常清醒的人。
Like awakened, purely awakened, sober. It's okay. It's okay. There's, I think there's more than that.
宠爱，
他宠爱他的孩子。
Gosh darn it. Not again. Ah, man.不要做 something. 不要做 something. 脸的事。 Some part of me wants to put Diddy Kong in this. I don't know. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Hmm.
火箭，
火箭不能解决人类的问题。
It's not the first time that's happened. Won't be the last either. Just don't like elbows. Elbows are bad. Get rid of all the elbows. Slowly but surely we'll get rid of all the elbows. What in the... What in the left character? I mean, all I have is... Which I don't think that's right. Huh.
蛋， 盲人，
盲人能读盲文。
忧， 圆，
Hmm?
特权，
特权是不公平的。
怒气，
他的怒气很大。
文盲，
这个国家有许多文盲。
赢，
Oh, that's Jing. Oh, I almost typed Kaidan. 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 What is that? That's 阶段
阶段，
这个计划分为几个阶段进行。
or stage, yeah. Kaidan.
交警，
交警在十字路口。
Oh, wait. 交警. Oh. Is it like traffic police? It's probably traffic police.
巨大，
巨人是巨大的。
Or big, giant. Giant should be fine. Alright. I only have what looks like a scepter and an elbow, and it has to be attached to a face. You don't have to do something matter. No dice. It was Diddy Kong though. Deal. It was Deal that I was thinking of. But I don't know what it was. Lose. Okay. Lose. So Deal is still weak. But it would be the thing that I am thinking of. How do we make Deal better? Did we try? Oh no, we didn't, because elbow. I haven't decided. This was before I decided to get rid of all the elbows. With only keeping very specific. Elbow is the alt meaning. The dominant meaning is not elbow. So Diddy Kong is in front of the bakery. Where he is. Oh man, how do I even? Oh yeah, he is looking. There's just not much to work with. He is looking for the scepter with the help of another person, which is what elbow is for. Actually, maybe we'll use private. Akon, Diddy, where he's looking for a scepter from private dash of stolen goods that was accidentally thrown out with old croissants, right? Other baked goods. Yeah, Yo would be the one that I was looking for. That's why I typed D, but I forgot to add the whole Yo. Graphic. This one kinda sucks. It's like making the mound of
塔
and its pagoda. Ugh. Ugh. What is happening here? Oh, I keep adding an I. Oh, okay. I should make sure not. Definitely need to check on that.
节
This one's kind of tough.
经
I'm like, which unit of measure is it? Unit of measure.
仓
I don't want to get started on unit of measure. Growing pains. Growing pains.
杰出
他在工作上很杰出。
The what? Immediately, I want to say, heck.
羽毛球
他是羽毛球冠军。
Lost this one. It has an alligator in it. What the alligator? Ta wanna die something, some sort of shoe. Chi, 是什么? I'm not entirely sure if I have those. But what could they mean? It's going to a place or something. Going to do something or place. Forget to bring this, and it's shoes. I don't know what the alligator stuff is. Huh. Probably light. So we're talking like maybe sandals? Oh no, it's not. No, I don't think it's... Oh, it could be actually.
拖鞋
Bullshit.
他忘了带拖鞋去沙滩。
Yeah. What did that say? Jiatan? Do I have these characters? The beach. Jiatan? Jiatan? Oh, I do. I have Xia. Tan? Xia is a sand. Tan? Where do I have Tan? Okay. Huh. Okay. Alligator. Alright. That really was the best I got. I don't know. Definitely a loss now. This one is kind of weak too. The right one.
群岛
菲律宾是一个由许多群岛组成的国家。
撤离，
居民必须撤离。
厌食症，
他因为厌食症住进了医院。
你
I can knee. Show you a knee.
缺乏，
这个城市缺乏水资源。
Oh no, all I can think about is yellow. Oh, okay, it's fine though.
横，军舰，
军舰上有很多士兵。
测试，
你测试过你的新手机了吗？
Heck, I went for it and I failed.
半岛，
这座城市坐落在一个半岛上。
决策，
我们必须尽快做出决策。
It's to decide or plan, strategic. Early decisions, fine. Strategic decision feels like a formal term, probably. How do I righteous the what? Somehow. Ah, that sucks. That's gonna be a problem.
血液，
协议是红色的。
I don't know at the moment. Oh man, shoujo. Oh no, it's not.
症状，
他的症状越来越严重。
Oh wait, is that Joel? Oh, that's supposed to be Joel, probably. Oh, interesting. I finally made the connection. Yeah, shoujo. Okay, interesting.
暴力，
暴力是不对的。
消灭，
我们必须消灭所有的害虫。
How do you make something disappear? Okay. All right. Let's think about this. Oh, I got it.
乙，
You heckin' scepter face secret stash. Secret stash, secret stash, secret stash. Yes. Okay. And I failed by typing the wrong thing. So, fortune and shellfish. Somehow. You know, actually, I think I know what this is. Heck! God. Dang it. I think I'm gonna give up on that. I don't. Oh, I was thinking of this.
Right.
Yeah, I was thinking of this. Dang it. It's almost like it was planned. Ah.
丢脸，
不要做丢脸的事。
炉，
I want to type,
某，
but I'm not quite sure why at the moment. Oh. Still no dice on this. What does that say? 他没有 something 的朋友. Probably very close, or like a close friend. Or maybe a trustworthy. I was going for like trustworthy or loyal. Oh wait. No. Oh, wait, no. Sorry. Where am I getting hung up? I think I'm getting hung up on fortune. Oh, wait.
贴心，
他没有贴心的朋友。
It's like intimate or close. Okay. I'm like, what are all the ways to express close and intimate? Tasting and attaching. Okay. Happening here. No, not like this. That's supposed to be vermilion. No, vermilion has this stroke. Oh,
叠，
humble is still weak.
墨，
That's no problem.
公，液体，
牛奶是一种液体。
Oh. Yikes. No, not that. Oh man, this one really is
Hui.
weak. Oh my gosh, intelligent. That's so weak. I thought the back and stuff was fun. Is 2 not right? On 2 are A. What is going on? Oh, wait.
虚 平凡
这是一件平凡的事情。
Dang it. Tree. Oh, I got stuck on tree. I keep trying to think of a white towel. Why do I keep thinking of a white towel? Oh,
年 半途而废
他常常半途而废。
I swear, man, just slap the elbows off. Just kick the elbows to the curve. Okay. 我提出一个问题。Please something let me bring up a problem. It's allow, right? Bunch of allows. So I'm gonna say 允许 Is it not 允许? The left side is not correct, I think.
只
Huh? Oops. Yeah, I didn't think that was it, but
朗读
他喜欢朗读诗歌。
洒 绑 粉
oh my gosh, this one's not
Ja.
good.
沿海
他们住在沿海地区。
What Uh.
“超短裙
Okay. Hmm. Oh yeah. It's yeah. 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 She. What? What? Man. Okay. What's going on here? Oh, I missed the U.
装
Pretty sure it's you. No, yeah, it's yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I accidentally typed yeah. Sorry. Yin. It's definitely the infirmary, not the electricity plant. That's
允
fine.
许
Yingxi. Yeah, it's definitely not the electricity plant. I don't know why I was thinking of yeah. It's fine. I still don't know what the which sure was I messed up on. 你好. Hello. Oh, it was start. Hajime. Okay. Go over our stuff and we can start our Inktober prompts. Today is probably the quickest I've ever started Inktober. Might actually get some sleep today. Hi, Rala. Okay, let's go over Hamper. Ah, you're also an artist who studies Japanese and sometimes Chinese? Hello there, Beep. Hello, being an art. I'm not an artist, but I do draw. Yeah, I like drawing and happen to study Japanese and Chinese. What do you do in your artwork? Are you interested in maybe like doing Japanese and Chinese related artwork as well? Yeah, hello, all three things. That's neat. ¿Hablas español? I don't know if you're into Spanish as well. What are you doing right now for your artwork? Right now I'm doing Inktober. The reason why I said I draw things, I don't really do artwork outside of October too much. However, no, pero yo sé un poco. Okay. That's great. Mismo? Yes. Hablo un poco español. Pero leer pero entiendo leer más. You mostly draw aminals? I only draw a aminal, so you got me there. Are you doing Inktober by any chance, Beep? Yeah, solamente uno animales. Mostly. Yo también on that Spanish reading level, if I understood you correctly. Yeah. I was saying, I speak seldomly speak Spanish, but I read a lot more. I read a lot more Spanish than I can speak. Most of the time is listening and listening and reading for Spanish. I haven't gotten the chance to work on my Spanish speech yet for a while. I was trying to fit it into the Chinese and Japanese, and it's very difficult to juggle everything. So it's been quite a pleasure to meet other Spanish speakers who happen to also like other languages. I feel like Spanish is in the conversation when Japanese comes up, who also speaks English. And then an artist, yeah. So those things kind of go hand in hand quite a lot, which I find very comical, or really, not comical in the sense of, haha, like it's funny in the weird sense, but more like, haha, it's funny how life is. Not doing Inktober though. That's fair. Which one occupies more of your time nowadays? The drawing part, the Japanese part, the Chinese part? How is it going? I've been conversing a lot with someone who is very, very ambitious about trying to release a family cartoon lately, so that's where most of my time. So we've been focusing a lot on art talk more than language learning lately. Currently Japanese, but you go back and forth, being more strong in one or the other. I see, fair enough. What is it now for the month of October? Do you do any Halloween things? I haven't talked about Halloween in a while because Halloween's coming up. I'm sure there's quite a lot of people who like this month is doing, you know, Halloween themed things like month of fright and stuff, which makes me very irrelevant to this conversation. Nah, you're not into spoofy things? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not the greatest on spoofy things either. Even my art and stuff, most of it is rarely ever dark stuff. I'm like into sad things, but probably not spooky things. Sad happy things. Contrast. May I ask, are those things you do for enrichment? What is it? Is it a hobby, profession? What are you going for? What is your skill background? Let's see. I'll go through these as here. T. Nope. Nope. Oh, this one's kind of weak. Yeah. Oh, that's weak. Problem. Oh. Sure. All hobbies very much for enrichment with an optimistic hope to see them in the future for something greater. Okay. No worries. Thanks for entertaining my questions. Interesting. They're all hobbies so far. I'm kind of curious how they're gonna come together. I'm also doing this as a hobby for sure. They're like enrichment, but I'm something that might be a little bit different is I don't really plan on synthesizing them in a way that would be for future career moves or anything like that. I haven't found that opportunity or spark to want to do any of those things at the moment. A little bit on the older side of things. With that said, this past week, I might have found something. I'm looking to invest in people at the moment. So not so myself, but I'm looking to, most of the skills and hobbies that I'm building now are more to figure out and participate in other people's crafts, because I'm kind of looking for people. Maybe create a investment, or trying to find points of investment. Let's see. Antique. Oh, this is the banana thing. The Hoang. Ooh. Okay. That's good. It's good to get involved with other people, specifically for finding a long-term purpose. Collaboration can be a big driving force. It can be. I'm looking to... we're kind of at this intersection where I want to collaborate with someone, but not so much in a creating mutual thing, but more of an enabling thing. So I would love to start a project in which someone else's goal is to make it sustainable. So start a project, make it sustainable, and then leave, kind of situation. Yeah. That's kind of what I did most, or the goal of most of my life, is to do things that create standing projects on their own. So more so being a founder, trying to do a founder thing, and then leaving once the project gets up and going on its own. Trying to create breathing, self-perpetuating projects. So I'm looking for points of investments for that. That's a cool goal. You haven't thought about that kind of thing? Yeah, generally speaking, I would say, if I'm being a little presumptuous here, I'm being a little presumptuous here. When one is in a career and they're still building themselves up, so they're still looking to build themselves up, as in create things, make it big and stuff, that I feel is a lot younger and youthful, and I am looking to invest in someone like that and people like that. For myself, it's not a bad thing, it's not a good thing, but I don't quite have that type of drive anymore for the time being. Oftentimes this can be seen as a depressing thing for maybe people approaching their 40s or whatnot. I don't see it like that. I kind of want to invest in people and see if by sheer serendipity that I might maybe get motivated to want to do those kind of things again, like to be driven to want to create something that is in my own image, right? For now though, it is quite a fun roller coaster ride of opportunities whenever I hear and ask questions about people and their ambitions. For those who persist and continuously reciprocate, I look to find some way to invest in them. It's my way of capturing my old professional goals, which was teaching, coaching, mentorship, and stuff. That was the initial plan my entire life to ensure the independence and critical thinking skills and whatnot of people younger than me or the next generation. So I've always considered myself to have a passion for teaching since ever. So that's kind of what we're doing here in a more new age way. However, the way the internet works at the moment, there are a lot of conflicts of interest that makes this stuff a little bit more difficult. It requires enterprising, which is something that I would like to think Hank is a good way. Hank Green is a really remarkable example of someone who has the entrepreneurship, the enterprising motivations combined with that call that I'm referring to, the call of ensuring the prosperity of, you know, the future generation and empathy. Because to me, when someone is in that position, which I would say humbly myself, a somewhat lacking desire for self gains and whatnot is also an solid indicator that the person is really comfortable. So I have enough is probably the phrase I would say. Most of the stuff that I do, I have enough of. Now I'm looking to see and find committed individuals and like entrepreneurs or startups to invest in, because I want to use my skills to see who to invest in the future. So it's been some years now. It's close to 6 to 7 years since then. Pretty nice to see all the opportunities. Like I see people, that's kind of a little weird way to say it, but not necessarily a business proposition, but it can be seen as a business proposition where you see people and their potential. Good on you for embracing what you are and recognizing your shine in it. Very valid. You might have to adopt that mindset later on, to be honest. That's, in my opinion, when one finally gets to that position at some point, I do actually, personally, this is my personal opinion. I think one stage of life near the end, like when you get older, when you get to that position, I think that's a natural position people to have, because in order to get to the position, you have to be very comfortable already. You're like, yeah, I'm good. I've created this. I have reputation, right? I have reputation. Now it's about future. It's about the future, right? Leaving a mark, creating something, or impacting someone else's future. Hear me out. This is my rationale because I'm still alone. Like, I don't have a significant other. But one life experience that a lot of people have or are entitled to have is to have children, right? And that is also the similar aspect. But since I don't have a child of my own, nor do I have someone immediately towards me, I spend most of my time doing it outwardly in a different way. It gives that human experience that you have as you grow older. You take your experiences, and now what do? You create legacy. So it is kind of a alternative when one doesn't have a little one of their own or a family of their own. Yet, there's still time, obviously. You've always been a supportive type and also love teaching. Yeah. See, here's the dark, there's the not so pleasant side of teaching. Teaching is unrewarding. Like, what I mean is, it's not lucratively rewarding to be sustainable. So in my opinion, the best, quote unquote, the more carefree and secure a teacher can be in their lives, enables them best it maximizes their potential to contribute to the future, because when you're contributing to the future, it's a self-sacrificing thing. So I would love to hope that in the future this goes up. People do the things they want to do, achieve them, and then they reach a state of mind in which they will then focus on passing it on to the next generation, right? Unfortunately, because of resources, distributions, opportunities, and environments, humans can become very ill-equipped to be in that position, despite being parents, you know, even hired to be teachers and whatnot. Strains of finances and conflicts, politics, violence, those things do obviously paint a more realistic picture of this stuff. But I still am very hopeful to meet people who, when they are very privileged and comfortable with their lives, incredibly successful, that they enter a state of mind in which they love helping the future generation, which is what I enjoy doing most of the time. It's the most rewarding thing I can possibly do. You actually resonate with this a lot. You don't have children and not planning to, but investing in people around you is a big goal. Most of my closest friends, they are professionals. Like, they're professional couples, or what I mean is they're active professionals in like and highly educated. They nearly all of them, pretty much all of them, decide not to have children. But what brings their life, at least I think, what brings their life joy is their significant other and their contributions to society as they grow older. So you do what you can to find that feeling of belonging, at least in my opinion. You've been working on being the best version of yourself for a similar purpose. That's what you're describing. Exactly. So if I'm learning Chinese, if I'm learning Japanese, I'm playing video games, that type of thing, my mindset is there is enjoyment. Like, I'm not saying there isn't enjoyment, but it's secondary to how I can make that enjoyment relevant for future peeps. Like, talk about creativity, talk about things. Most of the building aspect is to gain empathy and be relatable. And then I start plugging my reasons, you know, like, hey, you know what, I really love this game, but let me break down why I like this game, and let me tell you what I think about when I decide to buy this game, and then what I can learn from this game. So the idea is kids play a lot of video games, younger people play a lot of video games. Now the question is, have they continued to think about why this video game is fun to them? Why did they pick this video game? How they're spending their time motivated by these things. And to me, that eventually gets the person to a state of mind where when they're in their 20s and stuff, they are looking for things. They are looking for what they want. You know, discerning why they are making these decisions. Because personally, I can echo a bunch of like content creators who do this professionally, like Dr. K or something. I think for the foreseeable future, I want to, until it becomes a social norm, that algorithms, business tactics, how to consume things, and decisions are becoming more proactive in promoting younger people to understand and problem solve why things make them angry, why things they dislike, and where they choose to make decisions. That used to be a thing, in my opinion, at graduate school taught me and college taught me. It's one of the valuable things about tackling a career choice and whatnot. So we bring it to everything here. Even like, how do I convince someone to be interested in language learning? What are the perks that could happen when you decide to learn a language? Let's find out. Let's find out together. And then when we play video games, like, oh yeah, let's talk about how to make this video game important to you and me. Or if you're not interested in how it's important to you, I will demonstrate to you why I think I'm playing this video game, because of the nature of understanding the industry, the other people, and in addition to self-satisfaction. So finding like deep meaning in all the things you do. Going into your 30s and your 40s with a life of regrets because an algorithm shows you a better version of something you may or may not desire. That's kind of what I'm thinking about in terms of it may not be true in another 5 years, because obviously these type of dialogues are happening now on a larger scale, like unintentional side effects, right? Or unintentional hyper-optimization of business models are creating what I like to think is the very reason that I'm having a difficult time investing in very particular young individuals. Because many of the young individuals rarely ever express nor communicate effectively their visions and desires and ambitions. They are often very indirect, have social anxieties, communication deficiencies, and whatnot, and often deflect and defer to content creators and other sources of information that is not their own, like that they have not experienced on their own. So it's been kind of all related. So that question about getting involved and stuff, they're all related and stacked on top of each other. You think a lot of these specific things because you're into game development too, I see. And the psychology of what makes a game fun, for example. Yeah, one of the more recent essays that I've written to myself, I haven't shared most of these essays yet. I find that when I find the opportunity, one of them is, what's the point of difficult video games? What's the point of difficulty in video games? I've tackled this a couple times when I'm playing video games. I have like a fairly couple ongoing essays in the back, but usually I save them for when they come up when I'm doing the task. I guess when you find the right people, it'll be more obvious because of how rare they are. That's true. That's one of the other ways to look at it. When you see the opportunity, like, the diamond in the rough things, it becomes very obvious. I'm willing to give up that by seeing it in a lot of people. So that's the goal right now. While it's rare, and I'll take those rares, I want to contribute to the pool of whoever else who is trying to make it less rare. Like, there was a time that when you talk to someone online, like talk to kids, they would at least be interested in sharing their own experiences. Nowadays, I think it's far more that they're like, oh, I just want to be like this person. Okay. How are you doing that? It's like, well, I just watch them. Like, but are you doing any of those things? Like, well, you're collecting data. You hope that you sponge that stuff. And it kind of sort of works. Kind of. But in my personal experience, I think 9 out of 10 individuals are so disinterested in their own lives. Like, you ask them, like, for example, I don't think you are one of them because you specifically introduced yourself and initiated your own interest and then tried to create a point of empathy right away, right? That is indicative of someone that I am not talking about. So you are an individual who speak in a manner that is not the average norm. The average norm is you ask something and you might get a reply. You might hear something, but usually it gets reduced to, I'm just floating. I'm just chilling. I'm vibing. I'm drifting. I'm kind of bored. And that is the stuff that I would say it's a disappointing and like more of a bleeding heart situation. Maybe, and I like to think in the future, this becomes less and less common because it's kind of rampant at the moment. And it's rampant in a way that it can be preyed upon. It can be predatorily controlled and manipulated when you're looking for anything to move you. So as much as I like being moved by other people, I'm not a person who requires to be moved by something in order to do things. Younger individuals now, I'm not entirely convinced that the vast majority of younger people are self-motivated, impressionable, all up in their own life, being ambitious and whatnot these days, often on the internet, the people that I meet on the internet. So there's a pre-selection, right? It's usually confined to people who are watching YouTube and Twitch. And that's what I kind of want to change. The hyper of at least one person or two people, maybe a month, get them to be interested in their lives. And the first thing I think I can do as a stranger is ask them about their lives. When they get in my opinion, when they get used to explaining things or looking forward to explaining things, right? Like you keep every day you say hi, like this person says hi, but they don't say anything back. I'll ask them about their life. Eventually they might answer back with something, and then I'll ask them again, a different question and a different question. And maybe in my mind's eye, despite being a stranger and not a working professional, by the way, when they walk around, they will remember something like, oh, you know what, this is pretty interesting, maybe I should go and tell the stranger. And then maybe they'll go and tell their friends and tell their family, because the idea is the individuals that pre-select themselves online are drifters. They tend to be drifters. They're so disconnected with their lives. Like I can tell you, it is a night and day. It is night and day between someone who's going on YouTube and Twitch looking for entertainment, looking for things they want to look for because they have ideas that they're looking for, versus someone who's looking to be entertained because they have no idea what is entertaining them, right? Like doom scrolling is a really great example. TikTok, you go on TikTok to be entertained. You have no idea what is entertaining you. You're trying to fill in the time and hope that something entertains you. Well, that is useful for someone who also knows about themselves, right? It's both. The thing I'm highlighting is one is really dominant right now, and it's the idea that you lose agency in your life. All the younger, like a large number of younger people have lost agency. They're not only trying to be entertained, but they're not gathering any inspiration from anything. They're more or less open slates to be manipulated by whatever is most common. And that's not technically legal, but that's not technically illegal. So there's no precedence, but there are moral and ethical concerns about these things, which are being debated right now, where, well, if you keep targeting younger people, you can get them to move anywhere they want because they're no longer motivated to either say, oh, you know what, that's interesting, but I can make something even more interesting than that. Like they're no longer self-thinking or urgent, or have urgency to create an identity of their own. Which is what education is very interesting to me now. You haven't actually noticed this phenomenon yourself of people being kind of drifting and disconnect from this, but it would make sense with how little time people spend in silence thinking. Yes, I don't even know what they're like. Oftentimes when I ask them what they're thinking, it would be a blank space, or they would say I don't know. That's what I've gotten so far. I've asked probably a series of 5 to 10 questions nearly every single time. My sample size is not that great because of the selection factors on algorithms. Usually I would say about 1,000 a year, and it's been like 6 or 7 years. And what I mean is 1,000 a year who are able to maybe respond to 3 or 4 of the questions. And then the rest to like maybe 10,000-ish a year, you know, the rest 9,000, probably no response whatsoever. Or some like meme propagation of an echo chamber thing where we're not really talking with each other, we're more like talking at each other. Or they're just telling me, they're adding me. Basically, they're shouting something and then they have their response and they're good to go. Right? So not much to invest in. With that said, though, the last couple days, yeah, communicating in memes, and the memes don't have enough identity. There's not enough identity in the memes to know if they are communicating in the memes to express something, or they're propagating a meme because that's what people do, right? Like saying hi can only go so far, right? And when I say hi back, it's like, what's on your mind? Gone. The person's gone already, right? That's what they wanted. The hi was what they wanted, and that's perfectly fine. I like to think when they're doing their hobbies and stuff, they're still self-developing and all that, instead of going to say hi every once in a while for like 6 hours straight on different streams. That's very different, right? Like, if I go to someone's stream, I'm actively thinking how I can contribute to the stream or take ideas and gather and learn from the stream, right? It's in response and it relative to all the things I have, so I can distinguish between what the things I like and compare and contrast with the things that are presented to me. Like, I don't necessarily think a lot of people do that anymore. Not that they have to, because if they like one thing enough, the algorithm and whatnot, targeted things can make you feel like that's the only thing you like. They probably do it, I think, for a sense of connection, but maybe they struggle with connecting past that surface level. Exactly. I actually think that's a very conservative presumption, because that's the presumption that I'm acting on. The reason why I can act on it a little bit more vigorously with the struggle and connecting is when I speak about communication, like talking about what things mean and could mean and stuff, it's a point of interest. So I'm not saying the people that I met do not have natural curiosity to discover and figure out how to communicate. In my opinion, there's a lack of demonstration or opportunity to do so. So, the individuals I talk to, if I was just jibber jabbering with myself and taking whatever little grains of inspiration that they have and talk about it, they seem to genuinely like and get involved in that discussion. So there's no like lack of capacity, that they are not interested in becoming connected or having relationships. Thankfully, I like to think that's not a permanent thing. Like, there's no quote unquote, like language learning where people believe there's a critical period. There is a critical period for language development. In previous cases, right, there are case studies about this. Unfortunate case studies, right? Serendipitous natures of studies. This, in my opinion, I think that forming of connection and trying to communicate between self-expression and what is objectively, statistically normal, that type of negotiation, I think that still exists when people say hi and whatnot. The question is, how can you get them to naturally communicate that or be welcoming in that? And it hasn't been a normal tendency because you get squelched on the internet. That type of thing gets drowned by statistics. Like, one voice is 1 in a million. So I talked about this a little bit. Knowledge is very different from wisdom. However, it leads to wisdom. Now, hear me out. When you are very young and you're looking to develop some wisdom, but if you get inundated with knowledge, knowledge comes with this really like human condition. When knowledge comes quickly, it also leads to the valley of despair very quickly. And one of the essence of valley of despair is the feeling of smallness. And smallness cultivates imposter syndrome. So it's very difficult to distinguish between someone who is detached from life and ambitions, like life ambitions and whatnot, or drowning in knowledge. Because when they drown in knowledge, aspiration dies as well. A spark dies. Because what do you have? When someone says, oh, you know, I'm not doing anything special. Where is that coming from? Is it because they don't care that things are happening, or that they know that it's not special because they are inundated with every possible permutation of the best case scenario of what they could possibly do, so there's no point? The smallness. And when I was still a professional, like when I was still working on my career, right, in science, the more knowledge comes with trickled wisdom to cope with the idea that there are a lot of people doing what you're doing and you're trying to belong to the whole. However, I think at an early age, when you're still developing your own identity and you're getting inundated by all the possible examples, you feel small. Most of the things feel insignificant. But I think that's something that adults, more experienced people at a later stage will be able to reconcile, right? Like to this day, I still start with when someone says, oh yeah, your drawing's really great. It's like, it's not that great. I enjoy it though. That's the compromise between realistic perception of wisdom with the knowledge of stuff. So if you know someone is really like, oh yeah, like for example, streaming, right? You have 0 viewers, and then you know with the knowledge that that is not the statistical average, and you know there are even exceptional cases that cater to millions of people, right? So why not you? That is smallness with knowledge. And the question is, when smallness comes too early, is there a process? Usually, no. Because they didn't even get the chance to participate in the process. Like language learning. If you look at Japanese and you see 5,000 kanji, you're like, nah, it's not worth it. And you start learning, it's like, but this person took like 1 year to learn 3,000 kanji. It's overwhelming. It will crush your aspirations immediately for someone who's inexperienced with the process. So like you haven't done enough, in my opinion. A lot of individuals have been so well informed, as in they're really smart. They have a lot of knowledge, but they haven't done any of those things. So there's not enough wisdom to counter the nihilism. The effectively, what's the point of doing something if someone has already done it? The imaginative capacity that maybe one day you have something to contribute, if not for yourself, maybe for your immediate environment. So you get closer to the intimate side of things. Like, what is it that makes you happy? It's such a difficult question to answer nowadays. When I ask someone, it's like, well, what are you currently doing? Does that make you happy? And you might be thinking, most people would say yes or no or something like that, or have some way to describe it. But usually the response that I get is, I don't know. And you know, it's okay if I see like a 13-year-old, you know, a kid still aiming for their discovery. but it goes further into their 20s now. Like I'm talking to 25 plus, and they're not even sure what they do with their free time actually makes them happy. It's a little concerning, right? It's a very sad thing when someone has not had the opportunity or support necessary to get in touch with who they are. Exactly. And that's the early stages. Creating identity is one of the classical early stages of child. It's one of the more consistent child development strategies, I guess, or phenomenon. Since everyone innately has something to offer that was developed. Exactly. The notion of knowledge with no sense of yourself, yeah, that would lead to drowning. Knowing who I am is what gives you direction. Exactly. So then you can make direction and purpose of the knowledge. You can apply the knowledge. You seek knowledge with intent. Right now, people seek knowledge reactionary. When a problem comes up that you didn't plan for yourself, you go look for the knowledge, right? And you solve that problem. But that's good. That's what the internet does really, really well. When a problem comes up that is unexpected, that doesn't necessarily rely on the sense of self. But there's other parts to, in addition to that, there are parts where, well, when you're not having problems, when you're healthy, you're young, you have free time, there isn't enough sense of self to go seek knowledge that is applicable to you. Instead, in my opinion, how the majority right now of younger people seek knowledge is they go online to be told or be exposed to what should be interesting to them. So then you can hyper optimize that. So when someone says this is the best drink you'll ever have for your nutritional needs, then all the kids will buy that. Because it doesn't matter what they think. They rarely ever have a sense of what they're looking for. They are imposed by whatever is most massively shown. Memes are one of them. So you can definitely tell which is which when you're talking to people. Oftentimes there's idiosyncrasies of the identity and self in the way you talk. But if you match up to my patterns, right? Like I like to study people, sociology and anthropology stuff on habits. So I look at linguistic patterns and whatnot. I'm not a linguist, by the way, but like in my immediate environment, I read and document what common behavioral patterns are because I need that to get in with someone. So like if the stranger says hi, I need to at least understand something. What are the highest propensity or probability that this person would be interested in? Because they lack a reciprocating communication skill. So in order to get someone to express something, if they're already having trouble expressing something, you have to spend time understanding what it is that they experience. So then you can make that connection first. And then be able to initiate the seed, right? Planting the seed. So nowadays, it's not a coincidence that I choose learning Japanese and learning Chinese. It's also elevating other things, but it's not a coincidence that I chose video games as a platform and mental health as a platform for talking, because communication skills in a sense of introversion and how to create like friendship beyond interest-based relations, right? Those are the things, because I think, in my opinion, all of those things come up every single day for these individuals, but they don't want to express them nor tackle them. So instead, I use myself as an example in order to make it relevant. Like, I describe my teenager self, which is coincidentally many of the symptoms and consequences persist today and even heightened by the internet. And that is the idea of not feeling a sense of self. Because back in the day, I was the only Asian in wherever environment I was. So trying to find a sense of self when you have no way of gathering or finding, what do? You try to be like everyone else. So that's where I started. Until I went to college, and then everything changed, right? That's when individualism was balanced with standardization. I was able to find a sense of self while still taking in information of what the standards are. Like when someone says, oh yeah, my art isn't good enough. Compared to what? Explain. It usually be like, I don't know, I just feel like it isn't good enough. It's like you have to be able to explain that. What are the standards you're comparing it to? And then what is it that define your dissatisfaction and satisfaction with your art? Because when I see the art that person makes, I see a really well-practiced person that cannot describe what it is that make their art theirs, which is interesting. Like it happens with video games, it happens with their content creation. Sometimes it even happens when I ask them, what are you going to do in college next year? So that still happens that still happened when I was a kid, right? Like when I was younger, people were still discovering things in their 18 to 21. The years have gone longer now. So now I feel like I wouldn't be surprised in another 2 or 3 years I'll encounter someone who's in their 30s who still having difficulty understanding, like if we were gonna go do something, what should we do? And their first response would be like, I don't know, let's go look at the top rated restaurants and see what people think from there and then make the decision. Like, okay, if a restaurant, what if it's a restaurant you want to go to and it just happens to be not the people's cup of tea? I actually don't know the answer to that. Like I'm genuinely curious how people respond to that. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, and that goes back. Let's tie it all the way back, right? That's what I'm doing, by the way. If I'm drawing, if I'm learning Chinese, if I'm learning Japanese, I'm doing it to demonstrate that I can myself, and then welcoming all the individuals who would probably have your hot takes from online. So using their hot takes, I want to see if I can participate with them. So when someone said, which is ample, you have a lot of examples of that. So if you're going to stream something, there's going to be one of the most common frequently asked questions and or interactions is someone's going to give you a hot take. It's unsolicited. It'll be direct at you. And then that's where we start. I asked them, why do you think this hot take applies to me? What do you know about me? Or are you able to see the individualism in me? And then also the individualism in you that is synthesizing a collective statistical average. And is through the process of doing all of this, in my opinion, like all of the above, having a balance of that leads to a proper, in my opinion, a proper balanced lifestyle that it feels like you can take on the world, at least for as long as you're living a healthy life, right? You can take on the world. Because if you like something and lots of people don't like it, you can still choose to like it. If you don't like something and most people don't like something, you can choose to agree with them, right? That's great. If you know the realities of something, you don't necessarily have to feel bad about doing something because you can transform it. So if something sucks, you could say, well, I kind of like it. Let's make it better. That is something that doesn't exist. It rarely exists anymore, in my opinion. Niches are undervalued in your opinion? Exactly. niches are getting drowned. It's getting drowned out by optimization. Like when someone says like here's a great example. Someone said like their friend ignored them once, right? And they can't be friends anymore because they prefer to do something else. Oh, there, Danny. We're kind of in the midst of a digression now. And instead of trying to figure it out for themselves if their friend is actually ignoring them, they decided basically to take the statistical average of what it could mean by their favorite popular influencer or some form of statistical average and determine that it's not worth investing anymore. And my question is, how long did it take you to do that versus going up to your friend and asking them? Or your former friend or your ex-friend asking them. Now, there is if everyone's the same problem here, right? What if the friend is also poor at communication and does the same thing? Then yes, they would reach a mutual conclusion that they can't be friends anymore. That's great, I suppose, in a very mutualistic, adult, like cold way. To me, that's a silver lining, because that also means that they're in the future, they're not going to engage in conflict resolution or like any form of consolidation or normalizing how to overcome or create interest between people. Like the first apprehension that most younger people have is that when there is no interest, there can be no interest, right? If something is terrible, it can't ever be made good. It's predeterministic. Most things are deterministic. Like if this person and you look at this person and you're like, okay, right now, there's no possible way we can be friends. It's in the stats already. So, you look and you're like, well, can't you make new interest? Sometimes you don't get to choose your friends. Hold on to that. Let's go to parents instead, right? When you are having classmates or born into a family, your first thought is, well, my parents don't like anything I like. Like, have you tried bringing them into what you like through communication? Or has your parents given you the opportunity to bring you into their interest? The idea of becoming interested in something because you have someone you like being interested in something is rarely a solution or a possibility. Like gathering inspiration and collaborating is not among the common, it's among the rare, because those examples are extraordinary, exceptional examples. So the more common day is the superficial statistical stuff. In my opinion, it's oddly weird that now I'm thinking of objective statistics as a way to superficially understand things, but it is in its own right the new age profiling skill, right? And I still use these statistical averages, by the way. It's the door. It's to get in the door and then find out what isn't a statistical average. What is the idiosyncrasy of combinations of the person? Unfortunately, I think I have like a 5% success rate of getting past statistical averages. And I think that's because of the internet hustle culture. The normalization of hyper-objective, quote-unquote, opinions or thoughts makes it so that you don't have to do any of that. So if you don't do any of that, you don't create any experiences to do it. So whenever someone says, like, I'm learning a language, but I'm having trouble speaking that language, I'm like, I can understand that because from the English you're using, you are unable to do that in English, your native language. In a very like loose case. So the idea is communication is more than simply learning the semantics and the knowledge of what you're looking at. How can you express it to someone else? And in a way, to learn the essence of like Japanese and Chinese is hopefully going to make that connection again. Like try to explore that connection, right? That's why I really like language learning. Going back to language learning, to encourage language learning is also to encourage a potential chance that the interest in the language will also get them to attempt to connect to in a humanly way, right? Some part that allows them to undergo a self-discovery process. Making a video game, drawing a portrait, writing a story, creating journals, recording yourself doing something that you decided to do because you want to. Any type of form of, I'm not saying to change your entire life and uproot your entire life for the creation, is to bend your free time so that when it is your free time, you aren't dictating, you aren't getting dictated by whatever it is that's not coming from you. And the word inspiration has really lost its tangibility, I suppose. It's like figurative tangibility. The nature that when someone says, oh yeah, I'm doing research. Okay. I'm not sure if research is self-motivated anymore. I understand research can be objective. That's what I kind of did for quite a long time in my life. But I don't think research is ever self-motivated a lot of times. It's usually when problems come up, they do research. And research is a response to obligation. We got busy doing laundry. What's good? Okay. Well, I hope laundry went well. Danny. Anyways, that's why I'm doing art, by the way, learning Japanese and Chinese. I hope, Beep, you are among the ones that will breathe life in the future with all your skills. You know, building yourself up and then slowly continuing to make people like to live and contribute and make other people like to live and contribute. I feel that it's ironic that a platform like YouTube and Twitch, the more common interactions I have nowadays is seemingly just talking passionlessly at each other. Not with each other. Passionately at each other. Right? They see a video, they're like, did you know that the true fact of this thing is that it was technically not this, so you guys are all wrong. Goodbye. There's no goodbye, obviously. Goodbye would be a stretch, because that would impose a sentiment of human communication that you're saying goodbye to someone. Usually is a state of fact and statistics, and then that's where the conversation revolves around. Then someone will counter with another one and another one. Now, there is also the disguised statistic. And the disguised statistic is the we do things. They do things like this. As opposed to, I find it very interesting that I don't do this despite other people or other things do this. There's no I and the statistic. It's we are the statistic. So then you have power, but complete lack of individuality. Like a balance of individuality in that part. So things like, oh yeah, we never do this. Like you and Whose Army. Like, the nebulous internet that reminded me that all Italians do this and all Chinese Americans do this. You're part of that they and we. Like, what do you think? What do you do? When someone tries to explain to me a concept, they think, I think this is what they think. I'm like, what do you think? Start there. And I would love to go with you and brainstorm about those. Because I don't think personally for me, I don't want people thinking that they have to be right, be interesting, or be right to like be memorable. Like it almost feels like I'm gonna get some heat for this. Being factually correct when you're talking with someone, when you're trying to create empathy, is not the major objective. At least I don't think it is. I don't want that to be the major objective. It creates soulless talking. Like, guys, I mean, soulless talking is great in science when you're like talking about statistics and objective research and stuff. I do that day in and day out every single day when I was in graduate school, right? We talk about the chemical reactions and the protein, like the probabilistic states of the protein of the substance X that we're looking at with the propensity of, I don't know, integration at this site. So, I don't know, SP.1236 or something, right? That's great. That's also work. And it's also balanced by the people who are making those. Like, we still talk about how, oh, this could be problematic. Maybe we should consider this thing. Have you gotten anything? There's still an ebb and flow between the people who are slinging facts around. At this point, I think the average communication skills is at least that, which is great. I think it's awesome. I think also that it's an overcompensation for the lack of subjectivity as well. So inherently, I'm gonna be really, this is a bit of a satire, a parody. I think the internet reflects so many things that's what made my childhood self so cold-hearted. And it also is a driver of success. I'm totally with that. Because if you're learning Japanese and Chinese, you're probably going to learn a lot about the Japanese and Chinese culture, right? And one of the things that are facing the Japanese and Chinese culture is not because they're not pragmatic, objective, incredibly driven. It's more like a lot of times intimacy, lovelessness, apathy, and cold-hearted objectivity is very predominant and overrepresented. So, yes, I was a teenage robot until I got some augmentations in college and graduate school, right? And the internet is on that trend at the moment. It's not to say that it's any one culture's fault or something like that. It demonstrates the principles that when most things become hyper-objective, subjectivity goes out the window. Right? And if subjectivity goes out the window, then of course, out goes the window is passion. Out goes the window of individuality. Out goes the window of niche and idiosyncrasies. Out goes the window of creative output. And in comes the potential that somehow in a crazy world, most people believe that their creativity can be replaced by statistical averages. And I'm talking about the question that I get answered I typically have to answer all the time when I'm learning, right? When I'm learning something, I'm gonna get this question: are you replaceable by AI? Are you replaceable? The things you do, are you replaceable by an algorithm that calculates the statistical averages of a human data sample? Like, well, yes, if you behave like the statistical average, or like if you objectively view your life as a collection of data that you gravitate towards the highest propensity and maximized frequency of success based on the entire data set of humans. If you believe in that and you do those things, then yes, you can probably be substituted by an AI. The last time I checked, AI doesn't do art like me because it is incredibly inefficient. It's incredibly inefficient. It's backwards. There's a lot of errors. Like, my lighting doesn't make any sense because it communicates a sense of feeling. Like my art doesn't make sense. My rant right now, this very rant, the one thing that makes me not sound like my scientific self, by the way, ChatGPT, really excellent at sounding like a scientific article that I would publish myself. But that's not where humanity ends. I can tell you why I wrote those things in my article and, you know, my publications. There's a story behind them. You cannot be replaced because the AI didn't experience your life. So if you're not part of the process, it's easy to think that most of the things you can do get replaced because you have no sense of what the journey and the process is like. You didn't do it. So if you haven't been exposed to that yet, it can be very easy to say it's easier to do by just getting something else to be done. It's kind of like someone who finds reward for the first time in their life by planting a vegetable garden in their backyard. And they tell themselves when they eat the tomato, it just tastes better. When you cooked it, you grew it. Despite knowing that the most efficient way and possibly objectively even more experienced way is to hire a professional chef with a farmer who has hundreds of years of experience to prepare all this if they have the resource. Despite all of that, there's a subjective quality nature in being able to appreciate the process. So I love using food as a great example because I'm not saying people have lost this desire. In fact, there are great, extraordinary content creators. They are not normal. Like, they're not the rule. The extraordinary content creators are the ones that are able to basically confirm that humans still desire to be part of the process, right? Especially cooking channels. There are very specific influencers. Cooking makes food taste better. But hear me out, it may not necessarily be objectively true, but it is most definitely subjectively true. And without that subjectivity, sometimes when statistics hit you with a no-win situation, like death in the family, like grief, poverty, unluckiness, those things are objectively always going to suck. You have subjectivity left to compensate, cope, become stronger, happy. Those things are balanced by the human subjectivity. And to me, that's the testament in which why I feel like there is a connection between the increasing occurrence of apathy, nihilism, poor coping strategies, introversion, isolation, lots of isolation, associated with incredibly knowledgeable people. And I think the average knowledgeable people, as knowledge base goes up and age goes down, that type of behavior goes up. So you get to the point where they know a lot of things. They can probably do so many things, but they choose not to because there's no reason to do it if the facts are somebody else have done it. Talking the statistical average make you laugh out loud because it's so true. People do that, but they miss out on what they'll understand with nuance. Yeah. Experience, nuance, it's so tough. I was watching. Oh wait, it's referring to Danny's the documentary again. I'm guilty of this, by the way. I'm totally guilty of this. Like, I know for sure that if I saw a beautiful mosaic photograph of the Grand Canyon, for example, it would be pale in comparison to me actually going to the Grand Canyon and seeing it for myself. That used to be like a joke. Like in my younger years, that used to be a joke because people still could appreciate what it's like to experience something. You know, the whole touch grass, go out indoor. In my opinion, during my teenage years, that was the beginning of the trend of everyone stay in your house. Don't worry about the experiences. You can always have a vicarious parasocial relationship experience through technology, right? And I lived that life all the way till I was 18 until I had to go. I had to leave the house. At least I told myself, when my family told me that I had to go. And when I had to go, it was about eating, socializing, learning how to speaking to different people, having arguments, the chaos or the organized chaos, the possibilities of life and experiences. Now, there is another angle where I've completely ignored, and that's the idea that there are also times when humans don't even have this luxury, these opportunities, these accessibilities. So right now, I'm specifically only talking about people who have chosen and they have the privilege to spend their spare time and their free time, right? And the first thing they focus on is how upset they are that they're not good enough to do what they freely chose to do because they can. But it's not because they can. They only choose to freely do those hobbies because it's the thing that everyone else is doing. And if they can't be as good as everyone else who's doing those things, they no longer like it, but they learn to hate it. So they love to hate the thing, and that's how they spend their free time. Like the grind. And I'm not talking about people who love the grind. Typically, the word grind is associated with negativity, consistent lack of progress, and very long gestation periods of reward. To me, when I meet someone and they use grind in the way that I use grind, I know that I'm talking to the rare person. The person who knows that when you're grinding, you're dedicating all your free time to that because nothing is stopping you. It is the best thing. It has its ups and downs, but it is the grind. It is the thing that no one can stop you from doing because this is your free time to choose based on your identity what it is. And that's kind of what we were talking, the theme of the last week, because I've met someone recently, Danny, who has that perspective. You know, we still go to work, we still do our taxes, and at least I do my taxes. You know, we still eat, feed ourselves, go to bed and stuff. But when you're talking about your free time, and I'm so happy, Beep, that you talk as though you're sharing your hobbies, right? Your passion, your self-improvement. Because whenever someone talks about their hobbies, I think more than 50% of them talk about their hobbies like it's something they don't want to do. It's uninspiring. And what I mean is, it's not uninspiring as in it's mundane. It's uninspiring because it's lacking beauty. It's lacking energy. It's lacking contagion, right? When you see someone who is passionate and they say, this is my hobby. Hey, if you have time, just give me 5 minutes, right? Like, I want to tell you more about why this is exciting. Or when I ask a question, it's like, oh, so what are you doing right now? Like, it's your day off, so what do you do? The first thing I would love to see that's more common is immediately there's like this diarrhea of like, hey, oh, so today I got to do this. I'm hitting up that new game, by the way, because I've been looking forward to it, and so on. So that disappeared, in my opinion. It's disappeared more than 50% of the time. Instead, someone would say, oh, you know, I'm just gonna vibe and log into Fortnite for the 6,000th hour. I don't know, just play a few Fortnite games, and then, okay, tell me about the Fortnite games. Please tell me something that you're looking forward to. Why do you log in to the Fortnite games? Like, is there something about Fortnite that you still look forward to? It's not a form of habit in which you're occupying time, in which you're absent-mindedly grinding your life away. That's... By the way, this is my passion. I'm sorry, Beep. I didn't warn you in advance, but the stuff I'm talking about, every single day, I have... If I am... I'm not a negative person, so I don't like kicking people in the butt. Instead, I like to talk about realities and then what they could be, like with high energy, and then see if I can, you know, inspire some gusto in a way, but not in like a demeaning way, like, oh, you're just lazy. Go and actually do something productive. That works for some people, but that's what I mean. When I ask a hobby, I hope it's a hobby. But boy howdy, I can tell you now, it often feels like hobbies are either jobs or sources of demotivation. People get more demotivated by talking about their hobby over time. Like, it's electric when someone is passionate about the thing and it just gets me to do it. Right? That was what content creation vision was. You meet someone who's incredibly charismatic, and they start talking about what's the importance of waiting for paint to dry, and you're like, I don't know, paint drying is so boring, but when this person talks about it, I kind of want to watch paint drying. That's what I mean. You don't get that more than the, oh, you know, my hobby is artwork. It's going. Like, I don't really have anything going in artwork. Like, but it's your hobby. But come on. You gotta impress upon me why it's your hobby. Because if it's your hobby, it's your lifeblood. It's the thing that will counter and like be a source of ever living life and color in your life. Why have you chosen to express something like that in that terms? Like, and hear me out, you can say negative things about it. I say negative things about language learning, like that I've experienced, but they are with great ambition. It's like, oh, you know, hey man, I'm struggling with this particular subset. All right, you know what, next week I gotta figure out what I can do about it. I gotta get good, you know, like by my own standards. And that is how I feel about what a passion and a hobby is. Now, the difference now is it's statistical averages that grind the person down. Like, oh, you know, am I going too slow? I've only learned like 100 lessons in a year. Is that too slow? Like, I'm kind of worried, because if it's too slow, I just feel like it's unrewarding, and it's, well, that person already have their answer. If you're already asking that question and you're like feeling really negative and you only ask a question and share things in the negative, I think there's people like myself, I would say, can attempt to encourage that person to find positivity and possibilities in their demeanor and mindset. However, the self can produce so much of that as well, and it's very disheartening every time I read it. Like, yeah, I've been working at this, I've been doing artwork, this is literally an example from this week. I've met someone who said the way they introduce themselves is they've been doing art their entire life. And then it was immediately followed by my art isn't good enough. And then immediately followed by that is I don't care what other people think. And immediately after, like, it keeps stacking. Right? And you might be thinking, well, isn't identity part of not caring what other people think? It's like, well, that's different. Because the way this person described it is they can't be inspired by other people either. And they don't want things to change as well. So that screams a different situation where someone sounds like they're unhappy. And the first thing they do is to block all forms of inspiration. Not that I feel that the sources that this person might engage in would provide an adequate area of simulation. One of the topics we talked about maybe 2 days ago was the idea that there are that's funny because Danny Jose presentation from I'm guessing Berkeley when they were talking about the tri like taxonomy, the 3 prongs: environment, right? Environment, identity, and as well as support, right? Those things are major contributors to your own ambitions and the health and development of the person's success, identity, right? Growth of the child. We're talking about like children's education right now, like raising opportunities and whatnot. And one of them is the environment already sucks, in my opinion. It's very deficient because the algos, the lots of conveniences pigeonhole you selectively into one thing. It's changing. It's definitely changing. The things are starting to move away from things, right? Discoverability and serendipity is kind of being artificially injected into a selective environment. So you have your environment. That's kind of down on the poop chute a little bit. Now what about support system? Well, everyone believes everyone is an introvert. So support systems are kind of in the pooper scooper. So there's one last prong of this. Self-motivation and identity, right? Your identity. But if you're like 16 and you're still looking for that, that goes in the pooper scooper too. So now we're having a competition at which factor drowns out a child, like the dynamics of childhood development. It's crazy. It's a trifecta. You legitimately drown out all 3 sources. That sounds like a dire situation, but I don't think 100% of everyone has lost all of these sources. However, the goal now, at least going to end this like digression, the goal now is it would be great to at least encourage certain people, the people who are in position, to slowly like resonate. Because if one person can become 2, they can become 4, they can become 8, and normalize that crazy useful. I'm not saying it's not useful. 38 years old. The internet is like incredibly useful. But I know how it's useful to me. I know how it's useful to my community. I know how it's useful to my family. It's different when you're going to the internet to try to be told how to be useful. And that's the only source of usefulness. So what is the internet telling you that you're useful when you're playing a gacha game? A source of money. Right? So where are you going to get your reward? Spending money in the video game. Are there any other way to get reward by using that money? No, because that's probably the only thing the algo is telling you. Go play more gacha games. Or go play more Souls-like games. If you're learning one language, you might as well go learn 16 more languages based on objective facts and not the culture that's involved in it. Because the most feedback you get are the numbers go up syndrome. Right? If you're making friends, you hope to keep making more friends and not ever lose friends. The moment you lose friends, it means you're making negative progress. So you might as well not make friends at all, because you know that statistically people lose friends as they get older. Because the conception of higher quality of sentimental subjectivity and value is non-existent yet. You cannot find sentimentalism in things that are objectively valued solely if you haven't experienced it. Like sitting down, closing your eyes, and taking in the moment at a bench side in front of a lake next to your mother. You cannot appreciate those things if you haven't ever done those things. Because the first thing you would think about is, well, if you spent 30 minutes sitting down next to your mother enjoying the sunset, you could be 30 minutes clicking some heads and increasing your KDA in Fortnite. Right? Like perspective. Perspective is subjective, not objective. I'm like not solely objective. Okay. That was a little grim, but we'll wrap it up with a more optimistic, cautiously optimistic. I think the platform is changing. The platform is changing. Humans are becoming aware, at least the people who are responsible, like have the power to do so. I think tides are changing, and I look forward to it. I look forward when the common response from a young person is, hey, you know what? I want to be a movie star. I want to be an astronaut, but let's just do whatever and see what sticks. But I kind of want to be those things. And then one day they ended up saying, oh no, you know what? I didn't end up becoming an astronaut, a movie star, but I ended up writing scripts for writing scripts for my favorite TV show or something like that. So what happens is you still aspire to have a guiding hand on your passion, and it leads you somewhere. Statistically, it rarely ever leads you exactly to where your naive self will think it's going to go. But by the time you get to that position, you will be a human that appreciates the thing that happened there, if you have the privilege to do so. So I'm speaking specifically for those who can still choose these things. Where there's a whole nother area of people who don't. We'll talk about that another time. So auspicious thinking, right? Auspicious thinking. You thought recently that what creates meaning is decisions. The fact that something was chosen and pursued among all possibilities by a human is what gives it meaning. Absolutely. And then, beep, when I read that, the first thing I can think about is someone coming by and say, dude, it's not that deep. A true story. The moment I start like babbling about the things I'm passionate about, and then they don't want to keep up, they're like, dude, chill out, it's not that deep. Like, oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you, and for you to disappoint me, that you don't find that this is deep enough for you to be involved. Because the thing that brings meaning and happiness is when it becomes that deep. Like, I don't care if you absolutely love praying mantises. Show me how deep it is. When you're excited and you're stimulated and you're like going balls to the wall, that's you got me. I'm in your field, man. The difference between a charismatic leader and like a wonderful thought that it, like, I got more. Let's talk about, like, let's language learn this. There are English phrases and it's called, it's called cliche terminating, or yeah, it's kind of like terminating cliche or cliche terminating statements, right? This is how you can determine the hallmark of someone who is potentially in a passionless background, because it's a great way to terminate other people's passions because they refuse or are absent of appreciating what passion is, right? What's a cliche terminating? It's not that deep. Dude, no one cares. Agree to disagree. Oh, sure, that's what you think. You do you, buddy. I don't understand, and I probably never understand. It's like, man, I just disagree with you because you're just plain wrong. Nah, that's not worth it because there are already someone who has done it. Man, we're just different people, so give up. No, they don't say give up. It's just, we're just different people. Like, oh, well, we can never understand each other anyways. Those are cliche terminating sentences because they are cliche because they're true. Objectively, they are true. Not subjectively. Objectively, they are true. Two human beings may never fully understand each other. That is a cliche, and it is objectively true. You terminated a discussion aiming to be empathetic and trying to get to know each other by stating something that's objectively true, irrefutable, and it ends the discussion because it demonstrates your apathy immediately. That's language. That is a command of linguistics, or more so communication skills. The moment you find, and hear me out, I do it too. From time to time, I'm like, I catch myself and I think to myself, did I just lose the other person? Right? Because my goal is to connect with the other person. So if I have a tendency to say like, oh yeah, it's really difficult. Man, it sucks that I can't explain it. That is admitting, but also not trying sometimes, right? That sounds a little less extreme, but most of the time it comes off as, oh, we just have different lives. Yeah, and now we have nothing to talk about. Well, I will still try, but the next thing that comes after we have different lives is that you don't understand, and or you're wrong, and then they leave. Because when you get close to this cliche terminating thing, it means put the fries in the bag, chief. That's another one, by the way. Put the fries in the bag is a cliche terminating statement. Because it's a meme, right? What's another one? I got all of these because the most common thing I collect over time are these cliches. These cliches are, oh, get good, just play, just do it, it's that easy, it's not that hard, I just hate it. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Tons of, and most of them are negative, terminating. They are contrasting, not comparing. Not comparing. You're not comparing things. You are contrasting things, because contrasting things make it so that it's impossible to be interested. When you say that, oh yeah, you'll never understand, that's it. That's done. It's 0 and 1. The cue is to leave. The cue is to stop. It's easier, and this is avoidant behavior. It doesn't get easier when you don't do it. Like, one day you're gonna meet your hero that you want to work with, and they're saying like, hey, you wanna hang out, and then you have conditioned yourself with all the possible skills to disagree with the person, but you have yet to ever naturally create empathy and interest with the other person. And then guess what? In my opinion, I would bet against the person and say they probably end up not liking their hero because they are hyper focused on how their hero is different from the image they have in their head of their hero. And then you get that another negative cliche terminating statement, oh, never meet your heroes. I'm like, trust me, if I meet anybody that I want to meet, I will look for ways of commonality, right? Because you can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you never relate to people, if you never try to relate to people, and it gets harder, right? That you get older, you get stuck even further in your ways. So never meet your heroes, that's a really negative sentiment. And that is a cliche that still stands the test of time today. Not that deep for them, so I'll just enjoy the depths over here by myself again. So the one that bugs you the most is you just don't understand, but what they actually mean is that they negatively judge that thing. Exactly, Beep. Absolutely. Now, I kind of try to turn it on its head, and I tell them I feel like that's a negative statement. Hear me out. If I will never understand, would you be willing to try still? Because if there's anything I can think of, a challenge is very rewarding. So, you know, make something negative, but at the same time, present another negative thing, but as an opportunity instead. But low success. We're already at low success when someone says, I just don't understand, or you don't understand. It's already hitting like it's off a cliff. So you're trying to bring it back, right? As if not understanding is a justification to view something negatively. Yes. Difference is viewed as a justification for apathy. Trying to learn something, you know, if I use the word learn, it's never associated with the justification for being different and trying to understand something you don't understand yet. Right? But the moment the word learn comes in, it somehow forms a double standard in which like learn is a positive thing. So I use the word learn as opposed to different. So when someone says, I don't understand, educate me. And if they say, nah, it's not worth my time, then I have my answer. And that's what happened like recently in like the last week. Someone said they made excuses by saying, oh yeah, well, I can't text very well, like I wish we could speak over the mic, and because I can only communicate during... Hear me out. If your value system is that you don't care about anyone and your justification is that we are different people, it doesn't matter if you speak really well or type really well or what have you. We haven't even addressed the thing that you're avoiding. The fact that, do you even intend to educate me or try to understand, like, or get me to understand? If you don't try and have the intent on doing so already, we can still do the speaking thing, but it's often not, that's not the excuse that I'm looking for. That's an excuse. It's very difficult to overcome the idea that if you do not intend to do something, and most of the stuff that gives you a reason not to do it, those are excuses. I actually, the last thing I talked to this person, it's like, okay, well, the person said, will you listen? And I'm like, yeah, go ahead. Pause for 5 minutes, a huge paragraph comes on, and that person said, nah, it would take too long to type all these things. You would never understand. It's just, I'd rather not try. It's like, okay, well, thank you for clearing the matter, because when you told me you care, you didn't. And I'm okay with that. You don't have to like worry about my feelings and pretend like you're someone that you're not, right? When you're constantly saying you want it to be loving and caring and learning things, I really do believe that. So let's try to do that. And ultimately, I got the other side of the thing, whereas oh, it's too hard to communicate, it's too hard to do this and that, so therefore that's me trying. And I'm like, okay, I guess. I mean, I can be self-centered too, for sure, and I'll tell you when I'm self-centered. That's being aware of who you are, right? That's the other consequence of this being detached from your own identity, is that there are quite a lot of individuals, in my opinion, I would say 30-40%, they would say what they want to be and they behave like something they don't know they are doing. To me, as in, like, they're demonstrating to me something that they want, that they aren't desiring to be. So for example, someone says like, oh yeah, you know, I have a lot of empathy, I relate to people all the time, and my first thought is, oh, how do you know that? Like, can you explain to me how you know you empathize with people all the time? It's like, oh, well, you know, like, people told me that I always am a good listener and I do a lot of things for people. Okay, can you tell me how that links to empathy? Like, are you able to not say anything about yourself? Like, so inevitably, when someone says they were very empathetic and whatnot, nearly 90% of the person's statement was about themselves. Like, not about anyone else, not about how someone influenced them, how they exchange ideas, or interacting with another person. Most of the statement was about themselves and what they did for someone else, and not how they interact and responded to what they did. That is different. That's like watching a parasocial role model, you know, an influencer, and they were convinced they're like them, but didn't do any of the actions or behavior because that wasn't shown on parasocial. Like, what does an empathetic person look like? Just throw it out there. When someone says I'm a very loving person, my first question is, may I ask, what are your thoughts about that qualifies a loving person? And I am there. I'm there to hear their explainer. However, it ends up being something like, oh, you know, like this person and this person. It's like, well, I don't know those people. Can you explain it to me? Like, can you explain to me why is it that these people? Hear me out though. I do try to know enough people who people can reference, so that way we can talk about it, despite the person probably not giving me a great explainer as to why they know these things. Because in my opinion, if you get someone to do that, you'll make them want to live and discover themselves. Because if you have to explain something to someone else, it means you have value. Sorry, my plug for teaching. You don't have to be a teacher to be a passionate inspiration. You don't have to be a teacher to be able to impart wisdom to another person and value your own wisdom to give to another person. So if it takes asking a question about their lives every single day so that they can teach me something about themselves, I am certainly here to do that. And that's probably where I would end. So if you have something interesting to tell me, by all means, go right ahead. Know that you will also have to spend and invest time in yourself to answer questions for me, because I'm listening, and that creates value for the time that you invest in yourself and your interests. I can't tell you how many times the whole point of me being in existence is to hear someone rant and complain about how much they hate grinding the skill that they want to be good at. That's fine. Learn the things that make that grind sucky. If you can explain it to me, there's something you can work with. You can work with why those things are sucky, and you can make them less sucky when you're able to explain it to another person. Usually, ideally, you would hope that the person can explain it to themselves. But generally speaking, the internet has removed the need to have to explain it to yourself. When you suck at a language, where do you go? You go to Google and find out why it sucks, why you suck at the language. Right? You don't necessarily have to do any self-discovery anymore. Whenever you have a problem and say, man, I'm starting to, I can't seem to remember this character. Let's go have someone explain my problem to me. Again, not 1, 0, or 1s. The idea is the tendency is overrepresented by one of them. You find out what your problem is. You go to other places to find your problems. Like, it's true, but you can also do more. You can definitely do more than have someone else tell you what your problems are. I totally understand that experts are great, influencers are great, but when you look at someone, you can also ask, because that guy's parasocial, right? So they don't know you exist. They don't have like your medical records and stuff. You can ask your friends and your family to like corroborate this. When I think I have a problem, I first think, okay, well, what other problems other people have? Do other people have the same problems? And then are they like my problem? That's what I think about. It's a combination of the two. The other nature, and this happens with health, fitness, creativity, in even some of my friends that I know, when you look on the internet, it will convince you what the problem is, if you don't even know what the problem is. So how much agency do you have? How much part of you and your knowledge and your wisdom are you integrating to tell you if something is reasonable or not? So when you think you have cancer and you're like, I don't know if this is cancer, you go online, you have cancer. That's it. Like, because there's nothing that's going to counterbalance that. Like, do you suck at art? You Google, do you suck at art? You suck at art. That's it. Like, what is the best art? Well, not you. Because that's literally the truth. It's not you. You're not looking at something that's you yet. There's no connection yet between the current state of you and the example you are looking at. So when you are younger and really young and you're lacking identity, and this still happens in adults, like an adult that has to learn a very new skill, it can still happen to adults. It stops adults from being younger again to do things. When you look for a hobby, you know, oh, I always wanted to be a guitarist, but I never had. I purchased the guitar and it's sitting. This is me, by the way. I'm not using someone else's example. I purchased 2 guitars and like, I'm just looking at it in the corner. It's collecting dust, right? 7 years down the line, like, oh yeah, I watch all these people make great guitar music tutorials. I watch a lot of tutorials and that guitar is still sitting in the corner. It's actually right there. Like, I know it's past the camera, but just imagine behind you. So you're the camera. Behind you is a guitar. 2 guitars. And that still happens to me. And with all the things that I said, I think it's far easier for younger people who are less experienced to do that too. And that's what in my opinion, that's what the internet does. It convinces you of everything if you don't have a sense of self. Do you want to try to play some guitar for us right now? No, I can't. But I have a project. I have a project for 2027. We're going to make music sometime. I was a violinist before I was a guitarist. There was a time that I did play the guitarist, by the way. And then there was a time that I played violin for like 3 or 4 years. Yeah, it's gonna be 2027 or it's probably 2027 because 2026 is kind of like all booked up. So maybe. We gotta find time to weave it in. But I have like a project that will keep me honest on the guitar side of things. You appreciate me sharing your wisdom. Got you thinking more deeply that most of what I find online these days refreshing. Oh, okay. Yeah, like I appreciate the compliment. I'm terrible at appreciating compliments, so I try. Like I hope this is gonna be a social norm in the future. There was another angle that I was talking about before about incentivizing the ratio of inspirees to inspirations, but there's so many angles. And I look forward to, if you ever create an essay, you were talking about like writing and producing something. I look forward to seeing what you have in store, Pete. And obviously, Danny, one day, Danny, we're gonna be watching your family cartoon. And whatever you have going, Rala, like, whatever you have going, feel free. Like, I am unapologetic in talking about people that I have the privilege of talking about what they've made. It doesn't have to be mine, because a single person can only do so much in a lifetime. So if I have a story to tell, because hey, you heard that guy, you know, that guy right there, that product that you like, I know that person. Let me tell you a little bit about that person, because that person took their time to be able to express it to other people and teach their passion to other people. So let me tell you about them, right? Impressionable. And you can be, you know, anyone besides the guys here. I hope whoever sees this for posterity, my future self, I don't really have to tell my future self. I highly anticipate that my future self will be even more vibrant than I am now, because I've only become more vibrant over the years as opposed to my teenager self. Don't talk to my 18-year-old self. My 18-year-old self will say, don't do something unless you know you're the best. Don't do something unless you know you can do it the best. That was my 18-year-old self. The self that has no form of subjectivity. And that was before the internet. So what did I want to be when I was born? A doctor, obviously. Did I become a doctor? Sort of. Semantically, I did. And I do it with a smile. And my family understands too. Time kind of changes us all in some way. All right. Now I'm gonna wrap up HanziHero. So I have two prompts to do today, and I think they're probably gonna take like 2 hours each. Hopefully, they're kind of fun art experiments. More experiments. All right, let's go over all this again. Yep, drawing a blank. Okay. T. Heck. Yeah. Oh. Sure. D. Hoang. Oh. It's also one thing I really find rewarding about mnemonics is the idea that you've only seen something like twice today, and then you can like digress all you want, and then you can come back and you can still remember all of them. It's so much fun. So much fun to find that like grasp of that reward. Like, can you remember like 30 things while being distracted and manically talking about something passionate, and then immediately go back to talking about or recalling the things you've just learned today? That, I wish, this is a selfish wish, I hope everyone lives to their dying days with that capacity. Your brain, being human, is so wonderful that you can do that. Obviously, you don't have to have like perfect memory or anything. The idea is being rewarded with being able to get that stimulation for your brain. You know, your brain is also how you conceive happiness and that type of thing. So get it. That sounded like a terminating cliche terminating statement. Get it. But a positive one, not a negative one, you know? Alright, let's get back to this. Now what are these? Kinda hard to read that. What is that stone? I see the Chang. Oh, that's supposed to be Kwang. I might have to increase the resolution of this window. I think the characters are getting way too condensed. Huang Tang, which is general. Posit K. That looks like Yin. Yin Chang. No, Yin Chang. Qi Fu. Changping. Bowan. Mai Chang. Okay. Xian Po.接什么？接纳。接纳是什么 ？Admit。起住。ね ？No。何これ？booklet. I can't. Is that horse? Okay. So. Yen. 起燕。港口容纳收藏heck Alright, let's go. Let's see. We have Kirby. So Kirby is in the house, playing, doing cute things. Kirby is being cute. He's building a fort, right? He's building a fort where he's converted some clothing hampers and then have like a toy gun, a toy handgun, and a compass in hand with a really fun little flag on top of this fort. That's Kirby. And playing fort. Okay, and then we have Yugi. So Yugi is in the bathroom of his house. And of course, Yugi be doing Yugi things. Suddenly, a heckin' space capsule shows up. And I don't know how to space capsule, actually. And it's... Yeah, I don't actually know the space capsule stroke order. Kind of a weird... I'm guessing you do the zip and then you fill the zip in. So something like this. The space capsule might come next and then you finish the zip. So the space capsule suddenly lands and out comes the space capsule are a bunch of sayings talking about his reputation in the Shadow Realm. Yugi. Typical day. Then we have Bart Simpson once again in the bathroom of the barn. He's still upset that it's winter, right? He doesn't like doing chores. So he decided that on this winter day, he took some seaweed from the farm. Seaweed from the farm. Dust off the snowflakes, right? Dust off the snowflakes. And then set it on fire to try to get the manure to explode. No one said Bart Simpson was bright. At least I don't think manure explodes, but there you have it. And then we have Shrek, who is in the bathroom of the electricity plant where he works. He has to deal with a problem only he can do. So he's there's a flood. So the bathroom ended up flooding. And he's wading through the flood to try to get to the source of the flood by taking very, very careful steps right towards it. He's an ogre, don't worry. Very strong. Strunk. He's probably used to sewage. Maybe throw that in a little bit. Right. Then we have Diddy Kong. This is probably the weakest one. So Diddy Kong is in front of a house. Wait, this might actually be the bakery. Oh no, it isn't. Just in front of a house. While he was running around, right? Diddy Kong did be Diddy Konging. And then he noticed a really annoying lawn. Let's just say he noticed a lawn with an antique sprinkler that keeps spraying water everywhere. And he thought it would be kind of funny if he just dropped a bunch of banana into the sprinkler and clog it up. It's drop. Then we have Tarzan, who is in the temple. He found a copper mask. Or is that bronze? No, he found a copper mask. Right, metal mask. That all the monks are starting to worship him because I don't know, he doesn't really know what's going on with Tarzan. He found a secret relic in the forest. Now we have Popeye. Popeye, this one's the weirdest one, I think. Popeye is in the bathroom of his house. Popeye. Ooh, he converted the bathtub, right? The bathtub into like the bathroom into a shop where he converted the bathtub to store his like metal trellises. Metal trellises in which he's like innovating to create like a botanical spinach production thing so that you can sell some homegrown spinaches. Spinach. Alright. We have 3 characters that were weak today. Sure. That's the most disappointing one. Sure. You don't see this alone. It's usually 開始, or 始め, or 始める, or 始まる, right? Sure. For starts. 就 for at once. 就是 Dang it. Usually I'm pretty decent at recalling my mess ups. What did I miss in my head? Oh, because of the butler versus dog versus mutant thing. So 就 Heck. Dang it. Maybe I can change this up. I did change this up, right? Oh, the Capitol building. Tough one. Capitol building. Alright, so this is where Jimmy is juggling a lot of things at once. Wait, is this Capitol building? Alright, so Jimmy is juggling a lot of things at once. And he had to drop, right? He had to drop what he was cooking, what he was baking at the bakery. And step out to the bathroom to pick up a call from the Capitol about a mutant rampage. At once is the... I know. It's a... Don't ask. And then we have Deal. Deal is still disappointing. And Deal is disappointing because I missed the elbow thing. So this is Diddy Kong getting an extra elbow, like an extra hand help. Or private instead. We're gonna just use private stash from now on. So he has a private stash with like his croissants that he yoinks from the bakery, as well as his scepter. He's just double checking because he accidentally lost his scepter, right? The loss is heal. That's it. That's it for HanziHero today. I don't know if you're gonna watch this later. 谢谢. Always feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero, give it a try, let me know what you think. And to echo our little like 2 to 3 hour discussion on the side, you're always welcome to come on by, yap, share something, maybe occasionally stay for some questioning or whatnot. Be interested in your life, right? If at all, if you think your life is not interesting, try explaining it to someone. Or ask yourself, how would you explain it to someone? Because I can tell you now, there's a lot of writing on the side that I would love to share every once in a while when it relates to another person. Feel free, right? Come on by, let's exchange some anecdotes, brainstorm some strategies, keep each other motivated, right? So for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见. I'll see you guys next time. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, stretch a bit, and then we have like 6-7 hours of drawing to do. Hopefully less than 7 hours. We got a double prompt coming up for Inktober, and I look forward to it. I'll be back. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. I gotta start doing some catch up. So today is going to be the 16th prompt of Inktober. It is officially going to turn to the August 19th, so we're still kind of to the back. But today, hopefully, we're going to get 16 and 17. 16's prompt is Blunder. And I had a choice between two ideas that are kind of like bringing back an old school one. One was to do like a fourth wall break one, you know, like a blunder, as in do an evolution of the sketch prompt. Like, do I have that here? I was gonna do this one. I was gonna do an evolution of this one where see what it's like. This was 2 years ago, right? Yeah, this was 2 years ago, give or take a few. I was gonna do like a I accidentally messed up, and what I was gonna do is I was gonna sketch the new guy that I've been working on as our subject, and I was gonna add wrong things to the guy in the sketch, and that was gonna be like the fourth wall thing, like having draw a pen, go to a place where like I accidentally drew like the leg on top of the head or something like that, like for a blunder, right? But we went the other way. One thing that I haven't done yet from my previous like skill set that I've experimented on is vibrant colors, and not just any vibrant colors. Incredibly glow in the dark or like glowy vibrant colors. So that's what we're gonna try to aim to do today with our subject for this one. So let's get to sketching. So I'm gonna do the wobbly method here because we gotta go a little bit quicker. I'm gonna go a little bit quicker today. The wobbly method that I do is pretty much you keep your pen down, you find a direction, right? So I'm basically just constantly finding a direction of that I'm going. And as long as I continue to follow direction, there's going to be enough information that I can work with. It's fine. I know. It's lopsided. We'll fix it when I get the rest. a lot of this is going to be obscured to some extent. That's kind of cursed. Don't worry. Most of my drawings are pretty cursed. Most of my sketches are pretty cursed. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. The most important like part of the thing I'm kind of secretly hiding. It's kind of like yesterday's prompts. Oh man, yesterday's prompt was great. It's amazing for 2 hours, honestly. Like this one, this was yesterday's, and I spent so much time on the other one compared to this one. Like this one was 2 hours. I was just going at it. This one was nice. Although it might have been because I didn't draw in eyes. Did little buttons. Okay. Alright. I think this is good enough. Now, I'm probably gonna do yesterday's. Let's do yesterday. No wall this time, maybe? So I need a background. Do background. Good enough. Gotta take a cue from yesterday. Yeah, those aren't gonna even show up. All right. That's it. Let's clean this guy up. Most of the work is going to be involved in color, so don't have to worry about that. That's a little. That's gonna get cut off, so fine. It's good enough, right? Good enough. It's very stalky, but hold up. Let's like increase your height. Not your forehead, it just oh boy. Hold. I need to reduce your head size. Good enough. All right. Little bit. Anything else? This is good enough. Okay. How do you look in this team? Good enough? Alright. Let's do the background first. I'll add the fun stuff in. Alright. I think I'm just gonna stick with what I did yesterday. More or less. Do a quick background. Be like, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I like it. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh no, now it's... Oh. I have a different lighting scenario for this one, actually. How do I do that? I think you want to have your daily life more structured more than it already is, because how it is now, you're often unsure what to do when your free time starts. What are your initial thoughts on this matter? Oh, what are you gonna do with it? And I believe that is very, very important. Like, yeah, fine. I agree with you. When you have your free time, right? If you are struggling, like if you have nothing planned already with the intent, I think what do you usually, the thing I would start with would be like writing down what you know that you can do at the time in their free time, right? So you're already writing things down, or I imagine to provide structure a lot of times deal with writing and recording. So you can use like a free flowing, you could try to vibe out some of the stuff. So oftentimes placing a notepad, I don't know if you have notepads or anything, oftentimes like sleeping, place a notepad next to your nightstand if you have a nightstand, or having a notepad or a separate, even a notepad open on your device or your computer. And whenever you think about something like, you know what, I'm going to need some time to do this, you can write it down. And what happens after a while is once you collect, if you make it convenient, in my opinion, environment, if you set your convenient environment to make note of the things you keep telling yourself, I kind of need time to do this, I think that's a really great place to start. So the thing that often makes it incredibly difficult to get started on thinking about things or restructuring things is often how much can you enable yourself. I think other things do contribute, obviously. The one thing I lean towards this is because an individual that may not have structure start with like less structure. Like, do not I would highly not be comfortable with someone who jumps right into structure, because I think that scares the person away, and then when it fails you are less likely to do it again. So instead, slowly bridge into structure, right? And one of them is to make deliberately and intentionally put things where you can write or record what you could be doing with your time. So whenever, you know, you're watching a YouTube video or something, like, man, my subscriber list sucks, like it is just filled with 500 people and I don't even watch like half of them. Some free time to do that. Like, okay, well, I could get some gratification from doing that. So you write it down, and whenever you have free time, you'll have those lists available. So if there isn't anything that comes to mind, like initial thoughts, we're not even jumping to hobbies or things that are really well developed yet. The idea is, if you have no idea what you're going to do, knowing that you have to make time for something and you're going to do it during your free time will allow you to do something with intent, right? And then whatever like hobbies and stuff will come after, you will already been acclimated to picking up the cues for that hobby and then making time for it. I think the quickest and smoothest area you can transition into it is start by addressing not having any intent on what you're going to do with your free time. And it can be anything. The thing that enables you is probably to find a way to make it convenient so that you don't have to think about it when the time comes. That is very enabling. Like when I get up, I already know what I'm going to do for the day. Anything that happens in between, I already know what I'm going to do when that happens. But if those things don't happen, I will always know what I'm going to do for the day. So eventually it can be also planning for things unexpected or leaving extra time. But until you can schedule up your time for your free time with intent, then there will be times where like, okay, I'm going to leave 10 minutes to just vibe out. But for now, finding the most convenient ways to make yourself remind yourself every time you say, oh man, I should really do that at some point. Like, man, those bills, they have been staring at me for some time. So you might be thinking, well, isn't that just making your free time use up for work that you'll do when you don't have free time? You'd be surprised how wonderful it feels whenever you decide on a time and you decided that you're going to do those things. Like even deciding, in my opinion, even deciding to do something that is quote unquote productive and things you don't like to do, the whole idea of intently doing it, you're gonna feel great. At least over time, you always feel great about doing it. So if there is nothing you can do with your free time and you are unsure, record the times that you think, well, I don't have time for this. Time to write it down, because you know you have time for it if you have free time that you don't otherwise know what to do with. And that would be probably my thoughts about that. And you'll squeeze it in. And the thing about free time is, give yourself a break, cut yourself a break, in the sense that you're doing extra. Your free time is extra. So if you happen to be doing like the bills because you caught yourself saying, well, I don't have time to do it now, and then your free time you ended up doing the bill, it feels really great eventually. Where like, oh, you know what? I could even do things I don't want to do during my free time, and it feels great because I know I did it. I intended to do it. And all of that is extra. Eventually then, you're going to evolve into everything else. Sometimes it's kind of humorous, but I enjoy doing things that most people don't enjoy doing. The reason is oftentimes people see it as a sacrifice of their time. So despite being bored, they believe that the time has to be best spent doing the thing that is worth the time. So that becomes their excuse not to do it in the first place. Like, I don't like cleaning my room, and if I have free time, I wouldn't spend it cleaning my room. So the room doesn't ever get cleaned. Right. That's kind of the thing. What I do on my free time is, this is my free time too, but back when I was working, I had like 5 minutes of free time. What I do, I pick up one piece of garbage. I organize 1/8 of the boxes. And then tomorrow it's going to be 2/8, 3/8, 4/8. And after a while, things stack up. So at some point, you have formed the habit where you can pick up, drop habits in a sense that small things become manageable. Most things become managed in the long run, as opposed to thinking about it like, oh, if I start this is one thing that I hear a lot about free time. If I start this, then I won't have enough time to be good at it or appreciate it. Largely because the idea is that you're trying to make your free time worth choosing to do. But your free time is your free time. It is always going to be your extra. No matter how small it is, it's something that you're going to do that is extra. It's for you. So picking up that extra garbage should make you feel better. Rearranging, if you ever here's a really fun one, like shelving space. Some people say like you have to, if you buy really cheap cubicles, right? The thing about cubicles is it can help you visually compartmentalize the things you have to do. So if you can play little tricks if you're used to that, if you understand yourself, you can play tricks on negotiating smaller tasks. So over time, if you don't know for like an hour and a half of your 2 hours of free time, you got 30 minutes in the bag. Take those 30 minutes and change them to 35 and 40 minutes and so on. That's the time will pass anyway. Might as well do something during it. Yes, even if it's not the most optimal use of time, doing something is better than doing nothing. Exactly. And for me, never underestimate how intuitively you can be. Like, it's incredibly difficult to appreciate how much you easily adapt to things when you start progressing doing them, like consistently doing them in short bursts, so like short distributed consistent results. It's like video games. It's practically like breathing the moment it becomes consistent. So The reason why I say don't underestimate, because knowledge can only go so far. Like some people would say, oh, I can never imagine, you probably heard this before, I can never imagine running a marathon. What they started with is, can I run 100 meters, 200, 300, 400? And after a year, it became a marathon, right? Actually, that's not someone else's example. It's actually my example. So it was a personal anecdote. Like, I only had enough time, like 30 minutes of the day, and there was no way I could train for like a full marathon. So eventually it came to squeezing out some time here, squeezing out some time here, and then stacking all my time so I can practice a marathon. And that's, yeah, it's how it goes. At least I think. And the environment is a really wonderful thing you can control. Make the things convenient. I mean, if you find a clever way to use AI to reach those goals, absolutely, right? My personal example is that many of my things now are like organized into smaller chunks, chunks that I feel that I can consistently manage. So while one of the boxes are organized, the other boxes might not be organized, but I'll do that tomorrow. And then I'll go on and move another thing and another thing. So the idea is, if you have like 3 hours and you're saying, oh man, 3 hours is a long time, what do I do? Think of something you can do for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. And at some point, you're going to be able to negotiate this stuff and liberate in few times. That's probably what my thoughts are on that. In my opinion, I am a fan of gradual progression. No, rely on your intuitive habits. Trying to go cold turkey does work. It does work. It's like people change like phenomenally overnight. I think those are far less consistently successful than someone who does a easing transition, because you're trying to make a lifestyle choice. Crash coursing is fine, like how to get ready for a marathon in 3 months. Go. Like you have to hit the ground running. It's sheer willpower and whatnot. And it's not a guarantee that they're going to continue after those 3 months, right? It might be a checklist thing. So it's a smaller scheme of the whole. But I think daily life, free time, yeah, intent. I think people's lives improve. I genuinely do want to believe this, and I'm going to continue to promote this in the best way I can, is that when you have a choice, it's got to be a choice. You have to make it a choice. When you don't have choices, that's what your choices are helping you with. So if you choose to have a hobby and you choose to love something, you choose to make something meaningful, that is the counterbalance for when you don't have choice. Yeah. Oh, stable. Yeah, stable wealth is gained gradually. Exactly. In both literally and figuratively. Your richness in life is gained gradually as well. It's a way to, if you can end slightly positive or less negative each and consistent day, you're never losing. Like, relatively speaking, you can be intuitively understanding and feeling that you're never losing. Recording something, making something, despite anyone else, that is gaining something gradually regardless. Slightly managing your room and stuff, adding slight additions to your room and stuff, is gradual wealth and reward, right? I think one thing that has in spades, which you can do anytime else, is far more normal for people nowadays, is instant gratification. Instant gratification is great, right? Stack that somewhere. You know, you can even couple it. When you're doing something that's instant gratifying, you can couple it with something that's gradually gratifying. And creating a lifestyle routine and a consistent lifestyle routine, that's delayed gratification. It's gratification seen over increments. And this would be an example. Like, despite this being in a month, it's a long selling thing, and I love it. It's also exhausting. And I want to make it clear, the reason why intent is important with your free time is there is negative stress and there is positive stress. For lack of a better term, negative stress and positive, like chemotactic profiles as well as behavioral outcomes. And intent is a game changer, and is quite a big game changer for it. So like, I don't do this because I have to. I'm intending to complete this prompt. Yesterday I was tired, but I was determined to complete the prompt, and it actually, the latter prompt turned out to be better than the turned out to be smoother than the beginning prompt. Like, this was my first prompt of the day, and then this was my previous prompt, and this one took 4 hours, and I was like willy-nilly, I was exploring, right? You can allow yourself to explore, but time also passes with exploring. So I was doing more of an exploratory thing, and in this one I'm like, all right, I have 2 hours, let's knock it out. And I was very intent, and it was executed with equal. They're both very rewarding, so they have different aspects, but the idea is gradual. Do what you are able to do, and looking at it in smaller parts, gradual parts, is excellent at making it so that it can stick. I think the internet has make it the other thing. If you ever want like huge crash course, you can work yourself up to that. I think the foundations of a healthy, intentful free time can make and nearly trivialize a lot of difficult things you have to do, like on a daily basis, like go to work. I think your work would, a lot of individuals' work would improve because their free time was used to help themselves, right? So lots of things do benefit from that, and I do agree that's a great place if you yourself find that you're often unsure of what you do with your free time. My free time is I tell people this in the easiest way possible. I don't run out of time. Like for example, when I run out of time, it's because I have too many things that I want and plan to do. I don't run out of time because it took me too long to figure it out. Right. I don't run out of time because I keep choosing to settle for things that are sapping time, but they don't give me anything. They don't give me any purpose or meaning. I stack my days. And the idea is also to keep FOMO at bay, right? There's also the other end where FOMO, where you have so many things and you're scared of missing out and whatnot. That's the other thing. That's what I mean by when you think of free time, think of it as extra, right? You are doing something no one asked you to do. Life doesn't even demand for you to do it, but you can see it as an obligation to yourself. That's part of the self-love. Free time can be seen as an obligation for self-love. It can also be seen as an extra thing you'll always have in life, hopefully. And I wish everyone has some free time. Obviously, this may not be true, but if you do find yourself a free time, it is like lightning round. Go get it. Find something that gets you juiced. Besides like throwing back 5-hour energies and monster energy drinks and stuff. Besides those things, right? Besides chemically induced hype, life and endorphins help as well. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we did our kind of sloppily Yeah, find what gives you flow. Like, there's vibe and there's flow state. I think vibe, it has taken on a new meaning of itself. Vibing is kind of like jiggling in place. You gotta flow, man. So try to find your stream and keep flowing towards a direction. Vibing can be stationary. I don't like people who vibe too much. I'm just kidding. I try to vibe. Vibe is probably something that I am terrible at. Something entirely else. You saw that I played Requiem. Yeah, Requiem. I think you are the only other person you met that have played it. I actually played it twice. I played it in Japanese and in English because of part of it. It's absolutely wonderful. It's beautiful for someone who has a really strong state of mind, I would say. It's kind of like Omodi. If you Omodi later, Omodi is tackling the same thing. It's about it's an adversity thing, adversity story. I also played all the Freebird games as well, which is about overcoming adversity as well. Like, it's depression, chronic depression, boredom, anxiety, FOMO, his and her circumstance kind of thing. Requiem is a I'm not sure how often you watch like kind of like Make-A-Wish type of narrative where it's about being hopeful despite all your circumstances. Know how to channel your childish zeal and be grateful for what you have, even though from the outside life just sucks. Like, this person, they deserve more. That's what Requiem is about. Actually, it's kind of very similar, coincidentally, to a lot of films, anime films that deal with the act of mysticism and spiritualism. It's very much Shinto-esque. So, like, Spirited Away has that. A lot of Miyazaki's films also have that. So you can probably channel that. It's a little bit more on the depressing side, but it helps one appreciate the times that they have. I think that was the central theme. Appreciate the times that you have together. So you have played Omori, so you're right in place. If you like that very much, Requiem is like Omori, but outside of making it trying to be like an interactive thing. It's the storytelling. The storytelling is whimsical, fantastical. It's kind of like a Miyazaki production. It's definitely like a Miyazaki production. A fun little trivia fact about Requiem: the indie developer who did all the work, write, direct, and stuff, she was the composer for Plant vs. Zombies music for PopCap, which is getting remastered, by the way, and getting re-released soon, which I might play because I absolutely love Plant vs. Zombie. It's the left to right thing where you're like kind of playing a tower defense-esque thing. She made her name by composing music, and then she became a music composer, then did indie, and then there's a follow-up to Requiem universe. It's called Mr. Saito, which I haven't played yet. I'm trying to like focus on my Japanese language learning, and then eventually I'm gonna play all of the story games again. Hopefully integrate what I know about Japanese, and it's a great incentive to revisit. So one of the games I did play again, I played twice. Yeah, you knew that she made some of the Plant vs. Zombie music. Have also seen her stream piano keyboard. Yes, she has a social media presence as well. Yes, I did see some of her. And you also played Mr. Sato. Okay, Saito. Yeah. Requiem is a setup for Saito. She must have like busy with a lot of other things, because Saito is a much shorter thing, but Requiem is very, very wonderful. So you're already in it. You're already in it. Like if you like that, I haven't played Omori yet. I do have Omori. Omori is like been sitting in my 14 different. I think I'm up to 14 different story games. The way I discovered her was not through Plant vs Zombies. Actually, it was through Freebird Games. Freebird Games did Finding Paradise, To the Moon. She did songs for those guys, the Freebird guys, the Western developer who did those types of stories as well. So I played through all of those, and she composed the main themes of that. You have played Finding Paradise and To the Moon as well? Exactly. So Freebird Games, excellent, right? And then there were other ones related to that as well. Giant Sparrow also makes wonderful games. The Edith Finch, What Became of Edith Finch, and their earlier one, Swan. And like they're a little bit more on the Western side, but they flow all together. Like I think Giant Sparrow has a larger production, like production deal with other people. So yeah, lots of good story games for sure. And if you haven't played Requiem, it's awesome. And also requires a very strong heart, right? It may not be for everyone because of the subject matter. The subject matter is very rough. Like Finding Paradise and To the Moon is very tough subject matter, right? So that's what I wanted to be clear about, because some people can find it very, very difficult to complete those games, despite like they say things like, oh yeah, you know, I understand it's a really I love the tale, but it's really heartbreaking, incredibly heartbreaking. And I'm looking forward to Freebird Games To the Moon RPG fantasy game, because I absolutely love JRPGs. So they're gonna turn To the Moon into JRPG. Oh yeah, Violent Evergarden. Oh yes, Violent Evergarden. Yeah, Violent Evergarden is. Oh, so you have played Requiem. I mean, so yeah, same difference. Like I totally resonate with that. Violent Evergarden is a fantastic anime for the very for very similar reasons. Frien, which about to come out with season 3 soon. Frien is a great example of Requiem Omori-s with a little bit more of a happier spin. Frien, the recent anime. Yes, you rank Requiem as your favorite game besides CS. Ah, okay. I see. I will be playing more of those for sure. They're my like bread and butter. Like I absolutely love coming of age adversity stories. It's also where I get a lot of inspiration for depiction of art and whatnot, like how to capture things. It's one of those, if I draw a picture, it's often like both sad and hopeful at the same time, because that's kind of what life is. And even in the sadness, one can find joy. So appreciation despite being sad is a very wonderful mental superpower in this case, like especially for life. So being able to appreciate those type of games can make one quite strong. And in terms of shows, there are quite a lot of live action shows as well that in the Western like Western productions that have those. Claire Obscure, if you want to play a game that deals with passion, FOMO, just everything this year, Claire Obscure. Without a doubt, Claire Obscure. That will be the one that tells you about time and how time passes and are appreciated by imminent demise, right? And it also breaks the fourth wall about creative liberties and control, the semblance of control, and what becomes of the future generation. There's so many in Claire Obscure as well this year for sure. That is the story game of pretty much this year. I don't expect to hit something harder than Clear Obscure. If you have like the resources to play it, of course. The one streamer you follow almost daily is going to play Clear Obscure soon. I can't wait to hear what you think. So you will see him play it sometime later this year. If I had to make a prediction, if he's like the silent kind, the contemplative type, the first 30 minutes, there are montages of the first 30 minutes of Clear Obscure, roughly 30 minutes, depending on how much. There will be a moment, and I can't wait to ask you how they go about it. Because for me, I was part of the one where like you just sit there, you take it in for a moment, and then you blink rapidly because there might be some tears, some figurative tears coming out. First 30 minutes, man. The game, it's so hard. I look forward to hearing what the person that you're gonna watch and their reactions. Keep some notes. I'm excited. I'm excited to hear about it. All right. Let's. Looking forward to it. Excellent. If there's anything that I love is giving an alternative objective for other people. Bring me into your world anytime. All right. Let's try to so much to talk about in the future. I'm so looking forward to talking to you about Clear Obscure when the person you're watching plays it. I'll let you know. Oh, you'll let me draw in peace? We'll try to do something with the free time, extra time you have now. Awesome. Let me know next time what you end up doing. I would love to know what you decide to do. Okay, that's pretty good. Give me some details. I look forward to hearing your details. Bye for now. Good luck. Thanks for hanging out and listening and keeping me company. I appreciate it. Okay, so my light source is in a different place than the last one. So we're gonna have to kind of account for that while we're doing this. Honestly, I'm kind of excited for the person. Like, if that person isn't excited, watching someone you know that you already am interested in. Oh no, I accidentally put this in the wrong layer. Ah, it's okay. It's fine. Good thing I didn't do it the same way I did that one thing yesterday. What you call it? If they're not excited, I'm excited for them. Like, it's not every day that someone you formed a parasocial relationship with is going to like play. Well, for me, anyways, play something that I can talk about with other people. So trendy. Okay, I think that highlights pretty much where I think the majority of the light is going to be coming from. Majority. Maybe close it up a little bit more so we can get a little bit of contrast a little bit later down the road. All right, let's do our subject, and then we'll come back to the do something. I don't know, maybe slightly darker near these ridges for later purposes. Oh, it could be like we can do it on the opposite side. This will be a little bit more interesting. These both will probably be light. Kind of vary it a little bit. It'll make sense in a bit. And then oh, that's not. I didn't become lighter. That just become okay. So this. Put it right here for the moment. Here. I'm trying to get like the panels to look like they're kind of sunken in. For later. Okay. Alright. Next one. Let's get this goober painted in. I think the vast majority of the stuff that I'm gonna do is the fun little... Oh no. I realized I should have completed the... completed the tail just for this part. It's too light. It's fine. Oh man. Oh no, it's struggling. Oh no. My strokes are far too light. Okay. Good. All right. Let's get you blocked out here, my little friend. Give you a nice coat of gray. All right. I'm gonna fill in a little bit. Some slight touch-ups so I don't have to worry about it later. Oh! Ah! I displaced my hand on oh, my hand was displaced. Did wrong shortcuts. It looks weird. I'll adjust. And this part is gonna get cut off at some point with the border. So I've gotten a little bit. I think today I'm gonna invest in doing my frame, making like a really decent frame, and then not have to do it again for the second half, maybe. I've been making my frames over and over again, largely because I think if I do it a couple times, maybe I'll be inspired to do it in a different way. I think largely I've come to accept that I will not have enough time to make a fancy frame. But I would love to in the future. I thought about it lately about making these into actual cards, like commissioning like a manufacturing, but that would also mean that I should take some time to finalize all of these. Like it would be kind of fun to create, I don't know, a casual deck as a a limited print of these cards. I know how I would construct them. Like they would be, I would pick like a finished one and create like a 3D. The inspiration for a lot of these is the 3D 2D cards, like display cards, and I always wanted to make one, my own image. So maybe I'll print one out of curiosity for myself to see how it turns out, and then leave it up to whoever who wants to print it out or something like that. Let's see. Okay. I really do dread. I'm kind of avoidant when it comes to making things and then having to vendor them and whatnot. I don't. Materialism. It's a bane. I have a bane with materialism. How orange are you gonna be today? Maybe like here. Yeah, I'm feeling like you're a bit of an orange. Silly goofball. You're gonna be this orange this time around. Don't give me that upset look. Okay. Easily one of my favorite parts of this is the reward for getting a concept down, you know? Messing around with color. Man, this like whole clipping thing, my next prompt, we're gonna push this to a different way of applying this like clipping mask things. It's been so long since I actually learned how to do like a clipping mask and whatnot, and the next prompt that it's all going to be about the clipping mask. Like I was thinking to myself, how do I use this like really as part of the composition, and I thought of something really interesting to do in my next prompt. So I'm excited about my next prompt. It's not going to look very complex, but the way I'm going to go about it is going to be like, why do you do it that way? And my first thought is because I can. It's basically the thing I was ranting about today. All right. Yeah, I just want to see how it works out. I'm probably going to encounter a bunch of unexpected shortcomings to it, but we'll have a story to tell from doing it. Right. I need an alt color to okay, that seems okay. Don't have to be crazy. Roughly. Roughly fill the guy in. Roughly. I'm definitely learning how to stretch the sloppiness. The beginning sloppiness is with all constantly doing the same subject is giving me this maybe potential false sense of security. Or knowing how far I can like mess around and still be okay. And we're constantly pushing that envelope. In the interest of time and allowing noise to guide a lot of my infusing some noise and potentials. Alright. Just get this blocked out. Alright. Eyeballs. What are we doing for eyeballs? Just block them out with slightly soul crushing. No, wait. Hold on. No soul crushing voids yet. Only blinding white piercing eyeballs. That's actually kind of disturbing. I don't know if white dots or black dots. I'm not sure how I feel about white dots versus black dots. Okay. Alright. So, what would be the fast? Trying to think of the quickest way for me to. Oh wait. It's roughly this. Okay. Good enough. So how do we feeling? I don't want to take away from the fun, the it factor in this, so I think making no. Well, let's do that. Let's quickly do that. Like very selectively. Not too much. It'll make it too complicated. Oh, wait. Next source is coming. Alright. That actually presents an interesting... I haven't done it this way, so... Oh yeah, I'm definitely making this up as I go for this one. Okay. It's an interesting... Alright, so then... Okay. It's kind of hard for me to see how this is gonna turn out at the moment. We'll find out. So okay, so all right. I'm looking okay right now. Questionable. Very questionable. Yeah, it's very questionable. We'll bring it together. We'll bring it together. Bring it back. I kind of want to add something. Something. Hopefully it makes sense. I don't know. Still a little weird. Okay. Those eyes. Those eyes. Okay. So that means okay. Hmm. Okay. Uh. I wanna. Belly. I forgot about the belly. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Okay. Next one. Next one. Oh, actually, that presents an interesting thought. I think it's okay. Oops. Oh, I did the opposite. That's kind of weird. That again. Okay. Way too. Eyeballs. Hmm. Oh, that's the wrong direction. Tails got it. It's okay. It's all gonna be. A lot of it's gonna be obscured to some extent. Okay. So. Yeah, how do we do this? And I don't want. I don't want this. Somewhat. Okay, so all the other stuff is going to be fun. So let's grab our image first, right? How does it? Um. My hands. Right eye is a little bit larger. Okay. We'll be okay. I screwed up. Okay. It's fine. It'll be good enough. Yeah, we don't want to do like all the other stuff. The other stuff is gonna. So let's do the eyeballs. I think that's good, right? I just You're away for a while, but you're back again. What made you choose a red panda as your subject? Symbolically, they are lesser pandas. So lesser pandas. Oh, I'm Chinese American. I'm not sure if that was clear. Chinese American. I always felt like the red panda is often mistaken to be related to a giant panda. And a giant panda bear represents kind of like the Chinese thing. And red panda always speak to me in a way that red panda is kind of associated with the giant panda, but it's a lesser panda historically. So there's a historic reason, like a cultural reason, that I kind of resonate with the position of where the red panda is. It's a little bit, you have some largely well identifiable things towards the national symbol of China. At the same time, red panda kind of strike me as something that's also reminiscent of a raccoon. And a raccoon is something that's far more predominant in the United States. So symbolically, a red panda is kind of a mix of a giant panda and a raccoon. I always felt that is a great, interesting story to tell about what it's like to encapsulate a Chinese American, right? I'm an ABC, so an American-born Chinese. Outside of that, there are other sentimental reasons for red pandas. Red pandas are slender, but not big. They are also not small, right? And there's quite a lot of other things, like they eat their habitat, their eating rituals. They're fairly solitary creatures, as opposed to aggressively social, right? There are quite a lot of things, but culturally speaking, it's more around the relationship between a giant panda and a red panda and a raccoon. They also have somewhat the closest thing to an opposable thumb, so interesting ideas that they actually grab their food. Yeah. Not intensely aggressive creatures. Fairly rare. They were neglected and abused and hunted. There's quite a lot of adversity tied to the red panda as well. So, and they have their coats in general are very interesting, right? Coat color and whatnot. You can probably say this quite a lot about other animals, but I would say the thing about the red panda is they look sly without being vicious. They kind of seemingly look foxy, but welcoming at the same time. And their features are very round. I like the idea that you have this not edgy looking fox. Foxes are a lot more edgier, and they have this exuberant cunningness. However, a red panda is like the softer version of the fox's features. They're not as sharp. They're kind of goobery. There's quite a lot of harmlessness. They're not harmless, obviously. Red pandas are not harmless. They're wild creatures, but they're not imposing like a giant panda, and they are also not easily ignored like a raccoon to some extent. So lots of thoughts go into it. Other than that, one of the most fascinating, resonating animals that I've seen at a zoo was a red panda. Red pandas are also often out of place and out of geography wherever you see them, and that feels quite at home. So you could kind of call it as like a spiritual animal situation, right? I like to think of myself as someone who, despite being angry and annoyed at times, I do not seem offensive or uncaring. And I feel like despite my demeanor, I like to see myself as someone who's more disarming than aggressively arming things. And I think the red panda kind of illustrates that quite well from a non-cultural perspective. But the cultural perspective is definitely there. Let's add a little bit of a dash of light. Do you have any animals? Since you told me you draw a lot of animals, what kind of animals do you resonate with or draw, respectively? You're such a goober. I imagine there's quite a lot of subjects you have drawn, being someone I've drawn lots of animals. It's very cool that there's so much in common for your symbolically and even practically with the red panda. Yeah, what kind of subject do you resonate with? The like subjects you have drawn, maybe something that gravitates you gravitated towards after countless hours of drawing and studying aminals. Okay, so I have yet to do the prompt. Why is the guy upset, right? And then this is where we have fun. All right, so the question is, how am I going to be able to do this? I think we're going to finally break out an oil brush of some sort. Okay, yes. All right, time for some primary colors. All right. This is where we get funky. And we're gonna fill it out, right? I'm gonna put a splash of here. Put some here. We'll throw some here. Throw some here. Some here. Some dots here. Some here. Here. Oh, now we're doing like the stereotype that people talk about when it comes to like let's just throw some here. This feels good. Throw some here. Here. Filling it. Okay. Add some green. Throw some up here. Maybe make some circles. You have drawn a lot of canines because of friends mostly drawing those, but you think your favorites are ungulates. Ungulates like giraffes and okapi? Oh, but honestly, so many other animals are hard to choose. Dinosaurs, sheep, alpacas, weasels and lizards. Ah, yeah. So I'm not impartial. I mean, I'm not like partial to specific animals because I don't have enough experience with them when it comes to like, especially when it comes to experience and whatnot. I think this was more like first come first serve situation. life has this way, you know. Okay, let's throw up some. This is probably going to be one of the few that will have primary, like, super saturated colors. Maximize. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling here. Let's throw one here. Here. Okay. Oh, that's not going to even be in frame. Last but not least, some red. Now, how could I forget you went months drawing hundreds of cats because you heard drawing one thing repeated can help refine your skills. I feel that. I can definitely get behind that idea. This is the first year. This is the first year that I'm doing this. So, historically, I haven't done a repeated subject. This is the first time I've ever done this type of thing. And then I also have like different what am I saying? Different themes, like, so this one has a consistent theme for the first time. Did I cover everything? Okay. All right. So, let's round everything. Curious if this is what's gonna do what I think it's gonna do. All right. Okay. Did he knock over a bucket of confetti? Paint, confetti, whichever. He's a naughty. He was naughty. Actually stuck into an art studio in a opportune moment. Yeah. And then we're actually gonna do something different. We're gonna do this thing. This is what I was gonna do for this. And That's what I was gonna do. It's not just paint. It's glow in the dark paint. Then now I have to go back and oh, maybe it's a little too sharp. I think this is good. Yeah, this is good enough. I can glow in the dark paint. It's also a crutch because I'm kind of like avoiding having to now we can do a little bit of TLC. Just a cheap, you know, cheap way. Make it effective. And then let's do eyes. Eyes, so I kind of like doing this in a lot of my pieces lately, which is I take a medium and I create some noise in it, right? I create some noise in it and then let it speak to me myself. So like right now I basically plopped a bunch of stuff in random places, but then I go back and let that chaos tell me where I'm gonna add some accent lines to create form. So this is how I'm gonna make it look like. This is how I'm gonna attach the paint to the subject. I take an adjacent color and put it on a strand nearby to attach the paint to the guy. And then the other stuff is glowing, but these things are going to be more like line art. So then this will provide some form that differentiates but they're really where I would put most of my accent lines for form anyways. So that's kind of what I'm doing now. And I really enjoy this process. It is what I thought was going to happen, which is good. I thought it would end up looking something like this. Most of the time, it's like, maybe. I think the tail is where I really done goofed. I think I can remove this stuff and still have, yeah. I do this a lot. This is pretty much how I like start to develop my form when it comes to like flow, direction, it's nice to allow yourself to look at something and just fill out. So I add a little bit of chaos and happenstance in most of my prompts now. That reminds you of a concept of working large to small. A few finishing touches can make something look real. Yes, exactly. That's the concepts are whatever the concepts that you're referring to. It's pretty much probably the same place. Like someone's got to have said it before in some way, shape, or form. So I've taken some inspiration from those people more or less, and my like approach of doing a lot of these things are really much pretty much a amalgamation of all your greatest hits of your hot takes and the things that make people work, like some of the stuff, anything that's kind of semi-viral, or I like that YouTube creates the avenue for all that information, so I tend to soak up some of those lessons and apply them to my overall workflow. And the stuff that really ends up, like, for me, most of the stuff that people talk about or are far more in when they talk about like the pieces, like, oh, I really like this part, it's really the part that is more naturalistic and improvised and took less time than all the other parts. Oh, I am spending overtime for this, but yeah, it's kind of humorous. I always wondered if I asked people like, what do you think took the longest time? Hang on, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, looking for a layer. Okay. Oh, that is wrong color. So we're gonna try to make this a little more dramatic. Just a wee bit more dramatic. Oh, he's such a goober. Okay. Alright. Now we put the frame in, just call it a day. And then I gotta go off to my next prompt, because we've got one more prompt to do. But before, oh, this is kind of hard to see. Oops. Had a little too much fun with the... Oh, it's so hard to see the line. I had a little too much fun with that painting part. Ironically, huh? Not really ironic, but coincidentally. Got caught up in making a mess. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so Blunder. I don't know what I'm gonna do for Blunder. Could be mistake, Cho. We could use Cho. Oh, this is where creating an entirely neon border would be pretty sweet. No time though. So there is one element that I have not managed to get enough time to do because of how time crunch I am. Is the whole idea was I wanted to make custom borders too. So the borders would be like, for this one, the border probably have some spray cans and can of paint or something on the side. And they would protrude out and cast, would be the foreground. It would be the fourth wall foreground. But maybe when I go to do these in the future. So far now I'm more or less improvising some patterns, some texture here and there, and then that's it. Like most of these are, like for instance, this border, right? Just a bunch of textures that to capture something that complements. But you could have like a structure, like a carved out structure that protrudes out, kind of like a stylized frame that you have on dialogue boxes and whatnot, which would be great when I have time to do that. Which I don't. Because we have to balance language learning and all that stuff. WaniKani and whatnot. But it's something to consider for future. Always leave something. Leave something to come back to, you know? That's what I think about. It's not the thing is... Oh, wait. I screwed up. Yeah. It's not that the thing is incomplete per se. It's complete to the best of my ability for now. And it only means that there's more to work on in the future. Color. If we do black, is that gonna be too much? See what it looks like if I... That's not it. Interesting. I think we can make this work. Oh. Okay. What are we doing for? I need to find a. Now I need to find a character that I resonate with. So Blunder, I feel like Chuo is probably the way to go, and it's probably a way to maybe like. Oh no, wait. We need a character that unifies the two. Could be Shitsu. I think Shitsu is pretty good too. Shitsu. Fault. I like it. I like it. We're gonna use Shitsu. And what is it? Shi. Okay. I need white. Okay. Oh, one thing I really like about going off your feel and your experience is eventually when you keep throwing things at the stuff, eventually it becomes so ornate that you're like, yeah, whatever. This looks cool because there's so much going on. And I kind of like that. Okay. So, 错。Yeah, good enough. Let's see. Okay. Old. That's bad. Right. Good enough. We got a little carried away. It's fine. All right. First prompt. No problems. Had a lot of fun. Good experiment. I'm actually deficient in time. Gotta be careful. Next prompt is a really experimental one, so I don't expect another experimental one. Doesn't ever get old when you're doing stuff. Trying out stuff. So today, this is day 16th. This is day 16 prompt, right? We're on 16. I started it. Blunder? How you spell blunder? Heck. Hey. All right. Fun times, fun times. Very colorful. I wanted to use some fully saturated colors because I kind of miss them. They're just not present in any of the pieces I've done so far. So here we are. Next one is doing something else I haven't done in a while as well. Looking forward to that. Right after these commercial messages. Okay. It just looks like like the red light district of Tokyo or something at this point, or like a discotheque. All right. So that is right. Yeah. Good for our first prompt. That took about 4 hours. A little over time. I'm 1 hour over time. I think. No, I think it might be even. It's shy of 4 hours. I'm gonna be back in a few. I'm gonna take a break, walk around, kind of stretch my legs a little bit, and then I'll be back for prompt number 17. So, be right back. Very much. Alrighty. I am back. Now we are gonna start on our 17th prompt of the day. Or of Inktober. And let's get a new canvas going here. He's such a goober. Alright. Alright, next prompt. I won't be drawing a background this time around. It's been a while since I have not drawn a background. Okay, so to like frame the thing. Next one. It is the prompt is ornate. So things ornate, right? And my thought is, well, what is something that's characteristically ornate? And then also, how can I make it interesting? So we're gonna do something that I've this is inspired off of those traditional artists, or actually I don't know what you call them, but craftsman artists, like fine crafts. Yeah, like fine crafts artists. And whenever I think about something that's ornate, I often think about this. I'll let you figure out what it is. For those who are interested. How do I do? I think, honestly, I might actually. I'm thinking maybe I should vector this instead. Vectoring this would allow me to get what I want. So I haven't vectored anything in a while. The last thing I vectored was when I was experimenting with vectoring was probably this? No, there was no vectoring in this. Or kind of. Oh, it was this. This was, oh, I spent a lot of time. This was unusually simple looking, but also very oh, you know what? I tried to vector something else and it didn't work out. It was the spaceship one, I think. It was the one right after too. So this was the first vector one. So we're gonna bring something like this back to some extent. Vectoring is really satisfying, especially when you're trying to get buildings in and all that. I haven't done the chest, the trunk that I did yesterday. Oh boy. Should I really strongly considered vectoring it. So let's go to it. Let's create a vector layer here. I actually don't remember how this works. Guess we're gonna figure it out as we go. All right. It also means I could use my mouse, right? Okay. I need to put the whole thing in the frame, so gotta make sure it's in the frame. It's kind of important that this is somewhat straight because it's the entire piece, so what? Wait, can I change the color? Oh, please tell me I can change the color. Hold up. Do I want it white? Now that I think about it? No. What? I clicked on something. Okay. So wait. How do I... Oh. Oh, rip. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, there's gonna be some growing pains. Okay, hang on. So... Alright. I think I remember this now. Oh. Thought I can add a point. I can't add a point to this? Oh, it stays a box. Okay. Oh, I didn't even realize you could do this. Oh, that's so satisfying. What the... I just thought of a great idea. Oh, no, wait. I'm not sure if that's how that works. Okay. I'm gonna mess around for a little bit here. And you, okay. Why can't I delete you? Okay. Hmm. Okay. Why are you uneven? I think that's good enough, right? Yeah, I mean, it's slightly off, but that's good enough. All right. And then now we need to do, I forgot. I think we still need to some freehand pieces. Oh. Gotta think chunky. Heck. You're too narrow. I think that's okay. I'll move it a little to the right after I redo it. Okay, that's all I need. I only need this part, right? So let's grab this part first. I realized I could use either side. That is actually really nice because then I can draw on the dominant, like in angle I prefer. Okay. Let's go back to our sketch here. Now we gotta do the other things. Okay. This is way, way harder. Than I thought. Heck. Oh, now I'm just goofing around. Oh my gosh, it looks so weird. It's fine. I'll work on it. Send help. Wait. That is not good. Oh my gosh. It's fine. No, I can't. Yeah, we gotta figure this out first. Is it like a mosaic? It's supposed to be. Alright, hold up. We gotta... Jeez. Alright, we're working on it. We're working on it. Hold up. That looks fine. You mentioned not using super bright colors too often. I bet this would look good with some. Yeah. This is today is bright color day. Yep. So I'm I haven't used bright colors yet, so that's why I'm gonna use both my pieces deal with bright colors. You are absolutely correct. I chose 2 prompts that I would naturally incorporate bright colors in. And this also serves as my background, so I no longer have to do a background for this one. Now I just need to now like find how my spacing is gonna be. I think this is pretty good. All right. Yeah. All right. And we're gonna do. I don't know how this is gonna turn out, but the idea that I have is very, very questionable. For now, let's so you were always actually inspired enough to get out my tablet, and you've been working on a giraffe study and turned out closer to how you've always wished you could draw. Awesome. Awesome. That is really great to hear. Good feelings all around. We're not gonna do this. Let's just keep going. We must not trigger. Must not trigger. It'll be okay. I think I can. Yeah, no. I can make it work. It's fine. It's fine. I wanted to do something else. Feel like this isn't. All right. I'm just alleviating some of my hand constraints. We're gonna have to go over it again to do some touches, but that's okay. All right, so now I have to tell myself, do I want to do this all by hand? Heck, I don't know if I want to do this all by hand. There's a very important reason I'm doing this, but I don't know if it matters. It's fine. This would be really, really interesting if I were a little bit more planned out on vectoring. I feel like there's so many interesting things you can do with like dodging and multiplying and not, but for now, I think this is fine. Okay, I guess I can draw curve things. One is dynamic brush mode. Yeah. Oh, just kidding. Just kidding. What about this? That's not what I... No. Alright, we're just gonna do the rest by hand. Okay, so the question is, do I want to clean the thing up? Because it's going to matter, right? Is it going to matter? Probably gonna matter. At least roughly clean it up. Okay. The fun part is the coloring part again. I think today the name of the game is to have a lot of fun coloring and all that. turn. Heck. I'm learning to use tools. Oh dear me. Dear me, dear me. Oh no! What am I doing? Okay, okay, okay. Ah! Okay. Alright, alright, it's fine. Fine. All right. All that training so far has prepared me for this. I am prepared. I'm one with the... Oh my... Look, I am one with the... Alright, you got squished. Alright, let's try to... Dang you. Why did I think it was a good idea to put pads next to each other? Okay, that's fine. Good enough. Heck. My hand is so stiff right now. Okay. We'll get that. Okay, alright. Wobbly nation. That's all I can say about that. Well, we'll try to smooth it that. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna try my best impression of being a robot. A robot. Okay. I promise I won't be doing that the whole time. I'm arbitrarily just drawing lines. Practicing my arc stroke, you know? My hands hurt. Oh yeah, this is giving me a hand cramp. Okay, we just gotta fill in the space. Arc our way to victory. One of my first compositions was like this. Only I used like triangles instead. It was one of my early days where like, oh yeah, stained glass. That would be really cool. So here I am doing it again, only very different this time. I'm basically trying to make a stained glass thing, and it gives me the opportunity to use like interesting colors, and I want to do it like a mosaic watercolor thing, so I need to get these boundaries in because I have an idea that would be really fun because I'm using a digital art medium. Don't know if it's gonna work that way. And it appears I have a really hard time creating arcs. Oh. How long have you been drawing as a hobby? I only draw during Inktober for 4 years. And I've recorded 3 of those 4 years. That looks okay. That looks pretty good, right? Yeah. That's a decent mosaic. And then I would just go over it and smooth out any lines in the long run. It's supposed to be a stained glass window, basically. We're going for a stained glass window. Has it all been Mr. Panda? No. This is the first year to keep a consistent. When you were talking about like being consistent, having a consistent character, right? A consistent character to improve. Like I can tell you, like, here's one of my inspirations. So my very first Inktober 2021 was this. Look. So my very first Inktober was this, and the prompt was called Crystal. Back in 2021. How'd I do it? I drew a lot of lines. Right. But in the the first year was I took references. I took a lot of references. But the first year, a lot of it focused on using the mascot, but usually there was a lot of experimentation. So lots of referential stuff. Sometimes it would be like something that's inspired off of something, but then I would spin it to the character itself. So like this is the third prompt, which Mr. Panda guy got turned into the cat bust from My Neighbor Totoro, right? However, it then spiraled into other things, like doing a art prompt with. Oh, there's many referential stuff. Oops. So like this, for example, that's Raven, right? The prompt is Raven. So basically, the first year was to do whatever random things we can have and then make it referential to something. For example, the next prompt is, I actually don't know what this prompt is. Spirit. So this was inspired off of a combination of the Patronus and Bones and Shadow and Bones, the deer spirit kind of thing. And you can see like early days. You can see how it's rough. Well, we did a lot of experimentation. Most of it in the first year where you're like referential things where it could be funny. So experiment with a lot of things like this. Memes, right? Memes and emotes and whatnot. Then 2022 was the line art sketch year. So we experimented on our lines. Tons of line stuff. So it also comes with things like the first attempt at cross-hatching. This was, I think it was bet or deal. Wait. Bluff. Bluff was the prompt for this. So many things happened. Like I sketched we had a lot of pencil sketching in this one. So this was Mr. Doggo. All of it was smearing, a bit of smearing, pencil, shaving, shading. So got that stuff in. Like lots and lots of like sketchy volumes. Basically working on volumes a lot of times too. So things like this, right? So lots of volumes, lines. So that's when I developed far more line stuff. Tons of line stuff. Here's another one. Right, Blitzcrank. Right, Blitzcrank. Black and whites, volume. So that's how I learned my shading. And then 2023, we got into lighting. Quite a lot of lighting things. So contrast and lighting. And so most things were very dark. And then that's where I got to do the stuff that I typically do now, in terms of lighting. Like, so there's no backgrounds yet. We still got to do background work, but it would be things like this, where now I'm starting to combine the lines with contrast, pushing blacks and then pushing light. And of course, still doing referential stuff, occasionally throwing in my panda guy. and it led to things like this, which is what was my reference today. So the whole lighting thing and whatnot deals with pieces like this from 2023. So this is where I start doing lights, lots of lights, glows, complementary colors, trying to push saturation. There's quite a lot of pushing as much contrast as possible. So I ended up doing that a lot. Like this one. Just push street art related things. Just push contrast to the max. So then we also started experimenting with like screen tones, textures, and whatnot. So everything is really punchy. We learned how to do the punchy stuff in 2023. Then 2024 had a cultural... You love this one? Yeah, this one's really aggressive. Then 2024 was when I started language learning. So all the language learning stuff, I decided we're gonna write some stuff to make it relevant to... it was the year of Duolingo. So then we start incorporating Chinese and Japanese things. So everything in 2024 had a Chinese and Japanese element in it. So it would be something like this. This is when I started doing... Then we started separating background, foreground, so backgrounds. Lots of environmental backgrounds. Would be the most natural state. I draw mountains, fog, trees, and stuff. So when it gets indoors, it gets a little tricky. when I start doing indoors, I basically make things very dark. The indoor stuff is incredibly dark. They're dark with like bounce lighting and whatnot. If not, it would be something like simple pieces, like something like this. Whoops, it's wrong. I hit the wrong one again. All right, so like this. You know, you combine your sketch hands, learn to do different lines, and then do detail work. So these are two characters. One is now very relevant, but this was before then, sort of. So this is like, you know, you have Cloud's Buster Sword, right? You have Cloud's Buster Sword, and then the rake. This is the nine-tooth rake. Buckeye's rake, which is from the Pixie from the Monkey King's, you know, Journey to the West. So the pig character, it is his nine prong, and I believe the prompt is rust. So I basically worked on rust, like texture and stuff. So now last year was about environments, and environments need a lot of texture. So I worked a lot on texture. Plenty of textures, metals, and whatnot. So now I can do them really quickly. So just, that's wood. All right, we're just gonna blend this and add a little layer of this, and then throw in another texture, and then that's it. Like, so it speeds up. You can capture a lot of the texture very quickly. Yeah. So last year was a lot of texture and a lot of willy-nilly how to complement things. So which brings us up to the modern times, right? So like this, where you have to texture a violin. So how do you get it to look like a violin? Like, how do you get the wood characteristic and stuff, and then blend it with the special things, which is where I started using like screen tones, and then practice my curvy lines. Like, all these are curvy lines that I do by hand. So then we started getting into calligraphy and whatnot, like strokes, practicing strokes in hands. So that's right. And then also pointism, lots of pointism. Those are like blotting stuff, because you need them for very large things. So like this was one of the last ones. This was the last one. It's called Landmark from last year. And these are 2 landmarks. Obviously, you know Shibuya Crossing, but this top one is one of the most convoluted highways in a Chinese city. I forgot which Chinese city it is. But the idea is you learn how to do streaks, like pointillism. Like if you look close, there's really nothing here. There's just a bunch of blobs and stuff. So that's when I learned how to do like distance work. So you can get things to look like certain things just sufficiently enough from a distance. Like if you look really close, there's really not much here. And that's where I learned like environments. So how do you capture the shape of environment when you look at it as a whole, right? These are just blobs. They're tiny little blobs, but you can accent them with specific strokes to get stuff like lens flaring and bounce lighting, streaks. And then we get to the current day, and this is with 11, minimal viable, representation. And then let your eyes fill in, right? Try to work on letting your eyes fill in. And then when you have these things, it end up improving my sketching ability, because my sketching ability, then I can use this type of approach, and then I can fill in the details whenever I choose to. So it's a matter of time then. So you do the sketch, you do the overall thing, and then throw in the details. And then on top of it, I will always be able to improvise and repair or add more to it, because I spent more time looking at overall forms and compositions most of my time. Which again, we have to remember that I only do this a month. I do watch art though. Like I wanted to be a filmmaker way when I was younger. I like composition. I look at scripts, staging and stuff. So it's not that uncommon that one day when I decide to do artwork, you can like recognize all these things. So it's kind of like what I said to Ralama about having a notepad and writing all the things you have to do, right? Like one day you want to do this, one day you want to do this. So as I'm doing other things, I'm looking, I like movies, I like anime, but I'm also making notes of all the things that I enjoy about them. So one day when I have free time to do it, I unload all of it onto like a single month. So between months, while I'm not like literally doing art or anything, I'm keeping my eyes peeled. It gives life. When you're in a creative hobby, you look at the world differently now. Like when someone says, oh yeah, I want to draw a tree, what does that tree look like? I can tell you now, my trees are all over the place. So it's whatever the tree I feel like it is, and it will people will not mistaken it for a tree, but the tree will look kind of odd. It would be like my vision of a tree, right? So it's not the goal of looking exactly the thing that you're going after. For myself, it's very flow statey for the most part. So coming to the present, like the first ones of each month is really rough. Like this first month, oof, this is my first one. Like, oh my gosh, I had some problems. So this is day one. So I was trying to get back and settle into the groove of things, and I'm like, oh, I have this idea, It's like, I have no idea what to work with. So I started drawing some stuff and said, maybe I could make this 2D, and then maybe I can blur the background and then draw this and then make these borders, and the borders gigantic. And it took a while to settle back in. Like I was trying to, he's so cute. Yeah, I could do this so much cuter though. but it's acceptable. Like this is the process, right? So I was trying to chalk. I basically tried to do a chalk texture, and it didn't work. So I kept trying to like smear. I did so much smearing here, and that's part of the journey, right? That's part of the journey. And then the second one was even, I was underestimating. Like I overestimated myself by a large margin. So the second one is when it's weave, right? And I was thinking, oh yeah, I didn't have time for backgrounds. I just like threw up some stuff with perspective. I drew way too many lines. Like, what in the world was I thinking? There was no way I was gonna get this done. And then you have to like shadow everything, so I basically just tried to find all the chunk forms and put them together, right? I was still filling it out. This year, there are two constants. A border, represented by a card because of WaniKani and HanziHero. And it would feature the panda, the red panda, so I would have a fixed character. And then everything else is going to refine off of that. So this year I have gotten down a incredible workflow very quickly, at least. Next year I'm probably gonna forget all of it again. But you see, now the background is starting to be filled in. So by day 3 I'm like, all right, I got something in the foreground. I keep telling myself to put something in the foreground. So my minimum goal is 3 tiers: background, mid, and foreground, obstructed foreground, and then a 4th wall, which is the border. But there's a varying amount of detail that I can do. The border is the very last thing, right? If I had maybe 10 hours or like a full day, it would be all 4 parts would be complete. So far, I would say if I had 12 hours, so far a completed card would take me, I'm gonna estimate around 26 hours-ish. A little over a day's worth of time. So trying to capture the thing that's in my head in 3 hours or less, or less than 4 hours, is something that I have to negotiate myself. So I pick certain things to focus on. Like the 4th day one, I focused on elements, like tree elements, and then most of the stuff I focused on just the whatever's in the center. So center, and then focused on elements on the side. So then this year, one of the main things I'm focusing on is how to create continuous strokes of different density while doing it. So using my stroke to complement my kind of messier style of things. So near the end, when you were seeing me like drip paint on things and then using lines and stuff, that's coming directly from this year. Now I place very strategic lines everywhere to create texture. So like these coats, there are very specific lines, and all lines have specific direction and density that I'm working on. So this would be this year's project. And eventually, you know, things got better, and then now we start looking at it. Learning how to use strokes efficiently can help with getting ideas down in a timely manner. It is, yeah. And there are different techniques that I employ from back to, you know, there's so many different ways to present it. And I think the closest I've gotten was yesterday. This is probably closer. Also, you like how loose the Grim Reaper one is? Yeah. So this is fairly close to yesterday. I think I went over 4 hours. The trunk killed me because I had to draw straight lines. so that took a really long time, but this is getting closer to the stuff. You can see that the floor is kind of incomplete, the wall is kind of incomplete, the flame is kind of incomplete, but the idea is you're getting this mix of, I like doing hybrids things. So oftentimes there's something that's noisy, there's something that's really heavy, and then you do line work. And these things, this part, like the wood texture and the gaps and stuff, that took the least amount of time. That's what makes like the lining and stuff very effective because you can do anything. You just like start scribbling as long as you get your a somewhat unified lighting position, then you start running it over with your line, your superior line work. If you are able to, you can complement things so well, especially when it's framed. And the frame is deliberate, right? Having a card frame is also deliberate. It makes things kind of cute and organized. So whenever you do like different techniques, right, like this, with line work, like a post line work, everything seems to come into sharp focus. So this was probably my I find that this was the simplest one. This one took oh, by the way, someone said this looked like guacamole, and then I made it veiny guacamole. It's supposed to be lettuce. The prompt is shredded. But anyways, so now we have a combination of, there's really, you can see that there's really noise, but it's very calculated noise. Like, I did all of this. It looks like lettuce to you? That's fair. Well, thank you. So, and I do simple tricks like this. So, for me, this is the closest thing to my style of things. So, you have motion lines, curvature lines that are reliant on my hand. And then you have outlines that are reliant on direction and like a lot of direction. Most of the lines are very heavily directed. And then you have staggered, layered, staggered depth all on one layer. So like dark, then light, then lighter, combined a different texture. Then it's the form and the different like foreground, background, further background. All the layers are complemented by the density of my lines. And then you get, then that's how you bring the composition together. So it ends up looking clean, but it's chaos. Like, like if you look at this is pretty chaotic. And then it's framed on top. And what I haven't gotten to do so far is I was gonna make wood like silhouettes. I was gonna make silhouettes off of these, the border. The card border is gonna have another silhouette in front. So like here I could draw a bunch of like a cutout silhouette of like a lettuce and a bowl in the corner, which then would obscure some of the things on top, but it would make the card border the closest thing to you, right? So then you create the foreground, the super foreground, the fourth wall foreground, and then the other foreground. A lot of these are missing foregrounds because I didn't get a chance to make them. So these things are supposed to be very complicated, and my, like for example, this is probably the most foreground that I've done so far, right? And if you look very closely, it's one bush, then it was inverted, then it was combined to two bushes, then it was inverted, and it was combined to three bushes, and then it was just paced randomly. Like, I felt where I want to place them. And these are actually only two bushes. It's actually technically one bush. It's one bush, but it looks different because you can kind of fill it out when you see it on a digital thing, which is I love digital art for that reason, right? So now you can see depth, right? You have your foreground, your midground, your third, your fourth, your fifth, and then your distance, and then you have a light source on top. And in this one, I decided to go with some texture stuff on the outside and some marker shading, vertical marker shading in the inside. Yeah, it doesn't look copy paste if you, unless you look really close. And for the record, there are things that I did to make it look like it's not copy and paste. Only the lines are copied and pasted and inverted and extended and flattened. All the lighting stuff were hand done because they are easy. They're very quick. Like all these like line works, like the highlights and the shadows, all of them are hand done because it's so much faster to go straight across. Like I do them very, very quickly. So there are things that I prefer to do because I absolutely love it. Like these lines, the the glow when you put up the trees. So it's masked pretty well. It's kind of one of, like, for example, the panda is supposed to have a symmetrical face, but then I started with a symmetrical face, then you deliberately make it asymmetrical. This Blender? No, it's Krita. Yeah, it's Krita. It's kind of like Clip Studio Art, if you're familiar with that, or Procreate, more or less. It's a freehand software. It's also free to use, to be honest. I think this was easily one of my favorite ones so far. I tried something different in this one with my line art, and it came out a little bit overblown. So here's my 13th one. It's Drink. And it's a little overblown because I was thinking, what happens if I used white strokes and then combined and hybrid line the black strokes? I might have punched it a little too hard. No, I just heard about Blender after you watched a Warhammer fan animation. Ah, yeah. So this is where I was practicing relying on like half strokes. So basically I went from white to black, and then I did my backgrounds slightly different to give it it tricked you into liking Warhammer. I see. Well, I do have some friends. So this is me. This is to the max of my lighting technique. Right. You get like your all the stuff that creates the motion, and that's what I worked on over the years. Like the most things that I have that are most like crutch, I would call it a crutch. My comfort zone is the line art. Trying to make it look like a enamel pin or something. Yes, exactly. Yep. And then it complements the card border a lot. Now you're cursed with the Warhammer lore knowledge. Nah, you're fine. Go use it. Go create art. Pick up Blender, Jonas. Go make some art with Warhammer. I have like best friends who spent most of their life making 40k miniatures. One is in charge of keeping up with a national zine and whatnot, and they make molds and whatnot. You can even do that. Blender, you can do it in Blender too. So this would be probably the most intentional beep. This is the most intentional line art. And this was day 13. So everything is deliberate. Every single line was already planned out beforehand. So you can see that and almost all of these are single strokes. So it's interesting. I tried punching different things. And today obviously I'm experimenting with it. He looks a little puffy. Now we get back to Stardee's animation took like 7 years to make. Ain't got the time for that. All right. Oh, at least you can enjoy the person's artwork or animation, right? Okay, so now let's go back and see if I can. Almost all the work is done already. Once the line is done, now we do watercolor. Oh, I do have 1 or 2 watercolor things that I attempted. But the most extensive watercolor one would be probably the very first one that I tried. And I'm trying to weave in some watercolor now, because I haven't done watercolor in a while. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's this one. Second year. It's this one. It took a while to get used to how like things get darker, how things get lighter, because it's kind of in reverse from the other brushes. So after this, we started doing occasionally throwing it into the background and whatnot. And there's one more that a lot of people liked. is it's from the same year when I was experimenting. And it's this one. Absolutely no coloring. Just lines. All of it is lines. Every single one, all the coats and all that stuff is a bunch of lines on top of each other. Which now I shortcut with like a triple line tool because ain't got time, right? Ain't got time for lines. So all of this was someone does this. There's an artist that came up on my YouTube feed where they basically do chaos scribbles and then it becomes a portrait on its own where they don't lift their pen. So all of this is just scribbling. How long does this take? This one took me, it's not as long as it may sound. This one took me 3 hours. We try to keep it within 3 or 4 hours for these. All right, so let's get back to this thing. I won't count that. It's not counting the times that I'm just yapping, but okay. So now I think this is gonna work. I think this is gonna work. So let me just make a copy of this. We're gonna hide this. We're gonna flatten this. Not flatten. Oops. We're gonna convert this to a paint layer. Okay. And then grab the fun part is we get to do the fun part now after we completed our line stuff. So clean up a little. Okay. So hopefully this does what I think it's going. So then I can mess around with water paints and then punch it with some colorful stuff. So if I combine this, right? Wait, I might want to copy this too. Just in case I screw up. All right. So if I merge this, this becomes one layer. And then hopefully, might as well start with grays. Hopefully, what I can do is I can fill the background in gray. Oh no, wait. I might need to fill every gap, actually. Like this. What? Oh, I'm on eraser. No, it doesn't do what I think it's going to do. Oh no. That's not good. Alright, let's try the other way. So if I fill, okay. And then, oh no, it's, yeah. And then I take this. Oh no, wait, no, it has to fill it. Dang. So how do I fill these things without it becoming one? Yeah, man. The fill is... Oh, wait. Maybe I can... Can I adjust the properties of... It's too late. I don't really know how to do that. So we're just gonna... Fill them cheeks. That's hilarious. Can you reference layer be different than the layer you're working on? It has to. So what I'm gonna do is I want to fill in each box as a dodge, because I'm gonna like splash things. But let's just do it manually. I think it'll be fine. So I was gonna make the grid. So I was gonna dodge all the black lines, and then that means that I'm free to just splash very quickly watercolor all over the place, and then it would be confined to certain cells, right? But that didn't work, so now we're just gonna go ahead and manually do it. I need a test square, so let's test this square first. So let's say, oh, I might need to create a palette as well. So like if I do this, right? And then it's gonna be a combination of probably something like this to create. That's not going to do what I think it's going to do. No, it's not going to do what I think it's going to do. So the alternative, I have a plan B. You know how stained glass looks like, right? It's slightly veiny and it's slightly like noisy with some hex. That's like kind of like this. So I was trying to think maybe if I blot like how a watercolor person does mosaics. What they do is they drop water on top of each other and watch it mix into pools, and then just keep doing that over and over again. But it doesn't work that way with this brush. So we're gonna do an alternative thing. Let's see if I can. Oh no, it highlights the same thing. Oh no. Wait. Hold up. What if I take... Okay. Okay, so I need... Yeah, I got it. We got this. I think this is the most fun part about doing the coloring part. You're like experimenting to see what works. I could get behind like doing traditional arts if I had like a garage and whatnot. I don't. Like a storage place, possibly. But I do have a quality of life issue with having a lot of materials hanging around. So let's quickly... We can color block this first. Need to color block. Which is kind of a pain because there are too many lines, which I thought I could get bypass. So we're gonna color the big parts first. You don't have enough room to get paint everywhere, so digital is the same. I live a minimalistic lifestyle, so there is absolutely no room for that. But it would be kind of neat to... Oops, I missed the little paw things. It would be kind of neat to go to someone else's studio, you know, like, or go to a studio or a campus or something to do that. That would be kind of neat. But yes, digital is, that's my answer to the whole digital thing. It's fun, to me, it's really fun to look at what people are doing in traditional art and then trying to find a creative way to imitate it. Or it's more like finding the digital way of applying it. The mosaic was inspired by a person on an algorithm who was doing these 10-minute portraits or 10-minute sketchbook ideas. And watching the watercolor mix and dabble and then mix and then dabble, it was very cathartic. I wanted to do that. Long story short, it's still about the same process. Like, this is still the same process of doing each one of them, like, sort of individually. But I wanted it to, like, start in the top left-hand corner, like they did, and, like, fill it in, fill it in, fill it in, and slowly go from top left to bottom right. Instead of doing your standard color blocking and thinking of it in layers. Just switch up, like, to switch up the process. I figured that could make it fun or like exploratory. I might be able to learn something from doing that. Maybe something I can adopt. Next year Inktober will be new brush sets. I'll spend like the year, I'll spend 2026 looking at brush sets, and then we're gonna go to town on, it's like, oh, this is interesting, let's build a prompt over using this tool. How do we accent this texture brush or what have you? Like, how do we get a mountain print to work? That's probably next year's stuff. It'll be a celebration of digital art in its like traditional form. If I had a garage, for example, or a place to do it, I would pick up, like, I don't know, piece of paper and do the things that other peeps are doing, where they would take different textures and just rub it against their canvas and then see if they make something of it. The cool ones that I really enjoy are those people that trend where you splash like coffee, or just take something and deliberately spill it on canvas, let it dry, and then let that guide your creative process. Right? Or dump a bunch of popcorn or chips onto, like, a bunch of grains. Oh, that was one of them, where you dump a bunch of rice grains onto a canvas and then just trace out all the grains and see what you can do with it. I really enjoy those things. Are exactly what I'm doing this year to some extent, but now I kind of want to do it on like a brush. Just take someone's kit and see what else is there with no with no knowledge of what it was really. Instead of focusing on what it was really designed for, just take a bunch of brushes, play around, explore like you do with new toys and whatnot. New tools. Lots of possibilities. Your nose is kind of low. Yeah, I was expecting to just hit the fill tool over and over again. Just plop, fill, plop, fill. So I can choose like random colors for the other parts of the piece. Maybe you could do one of those coffee spill on a paper, the ground outside, and take a picture and use. Oh, that's a great idea. That's fantastic. Actually, you just gave me a great idea to use my phone. Like, that's awesome. I really like that idea. I'll have to think about it for future. Thanks. That's such a great idea. Interesting. Very interesting. So, even more so, I could, huh. Intriguing. That idea could be applied to so many things. Oh, I kind of need two tones of color. We need like a slight. Gotta go red. Or... It makes me want to like now I can I have to upgrade my. I'm like upgrading my phone this year, sometime by the end of the year. It would be fun to take and weave a interpret what I see from the images. That sounds like a lot of fun. Like go around, go outside, touch grass, you know. Touch grass and take those photos, have an incentive to look at, oh, you know, this is an interesting form, and then transform it into something what I see in my mind's eye. So take a photo and deliberately make it into what the photo like feels in an art piece. That sounds like a great idea. I'll have to write that down. I can do many things, like suddenly, you know, there's a trash can nearby and it's like, okay, well, take a picture of it, look at the patterns. So neat. Obviously, you know, if you, I imagine professional artists do this all the time and all that. That's kind of the same as like looking at references and whatnot. So, pretty neat. Like when you see something in the ceiling texture, exactly. There's this one artist who does ink blots. So they take like an ink and they just throw it at a canvas and then they convert the ink splash into the stuff. So lots of that going on. And people ask all the time, like, oh, do you like see the image beforehand, or like do you bend the thing to you? Like how does that work? And oftentimes I would feel really on like empathizing with this guy because you really just see it when you see it. Kind of reminds you of, I don't know if You ever sit around chilling, staring at the clouds? Kind of makes one young for some time. Let your mind wander. My line art is largely like that for the most part. The last piece, when the last steps, when you're adding detail and stuff, it's usually whatever suits me. If it coincidentally happens to be something that people enjoy, that makes me think that that's kind of an intrinsic thing that connects us all. Like when someone says, oh, they pointed out like, what part do you like? And they would specifically mention a part that was completely improvised. That really screams a wonderful connection that is intrinsic. So they picked a part of the piece or a characteristic of the piece that was intrinsically something that is not intentional or made towards something by design. It was more of a feel. Like if someone's for this mosaic thing, right? The improvised part hasn't come up yet. So if someone says like, oh yeah, I really like how that part looks, I'd be like, yep, that's it. Okay, so now we need to do, this is slightly improvised. Now I need to decide, like I need to fill out the base colors. Because a mosaic is gonna have a bunch of base colors, so I need a palette. Let's do a palette. This looks, we'll probably need this. Yeah, this part is Philly, so the panda is not a Philly. I think these we can make good with these three colors. I'm putting them up because later it could get a little messy. So okay. Whoops, wrong. Better watch it on our layers. And now we're basically just gonna feel out. It'll all make sense, hopefully. They'll come together, but it's gonna take a while. It's 4 a.m. right now. I have 2 hours. You know what this reminds me of? Coloring books. That's what this reminds me of. I haven't had a coloring book in a while. I'm not even sure as a kid if I ever had a coloring book. But this is definitely more of a coloring book situation. So typically, you know, when you're young, you would color the first layer, right? And then that's it. So right now we're doing the coloring book art. Yeah. Early on, at least in my opinion, when kids color, they try to create non-mosaics, like a pattern, right? But it's kind of interesting when adults become so patterned in their ways that creativity becomes, oh, quote unquote, people feel like they become stunted in their creativity because things are very salient, right? You've gotten used to the patterns that you see all the time, and it becomes very difficult to break away from, quote unquote, whatever that is most useful. So if you're thinking my color choice right now is like, I don't understand this. Why are these colors like, why'd you pick these 3 colors? And that's kind of illustrating the point, right? Right, what colors do you think? Are you going to make the entire border green? And the wonderful thing about mosaics is that it challenges you to not think that. It brings the chaos into it. But the downside of the way, I mean, one of the weird parts about how I'm doing it right now is I'm not doing it a square at a time. So in a way, I can sort of see what kind of color balance I'm aiming for. So in some way, I'm still doing the color balancing. Maybe there's also such thing as like natural color balancing. Like some people look at a bunch of colors and like, oh yeah, I bet these will look great together, and that's how it goes. It's really interesting to explore that, like your capacity for choosing colors. And like I did not pick these colors. It's not entirely random. However, right now, as I'm filling these things, is kind of random. Kind of random. And there is also something to be said about these are half colors. I don't know how often or how people choose their colors, but I usually color in half colors. So each one of these panels, there are going to be shades of 3 different colors. You just got to picture in your head what those shade of 3 colors are. So there's going to be like 3 shades of blue, 3 shades of green, and 3 shades of yellow. There might be 6 shades of yellow and maybe 6 shades of green. For now, though, we have to do this. Insomnia? Oh, I see. Oh, there, Hideyoshi. Hi. It's been a hot minute. Gon is read like. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Jen. Yeah. G-N. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Jen. 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 Which Jen are you thinking of? Hmm. Oh. Okay. Spring rolls. Are you hungry? Juan. Alright, thank you. You're going to bed. Alright, good night. Take care. I'll see you in the next blue moon. Oh, it's coming together. Looking snazzy. It's just with the flat colors. We only got flat colors so far. Wait till we get to the extra colors. And then all the unnecessary cleanup that I'm going to have to do because my line is horrendous. My lines are horrendous. Oops. Alright. Oh. Oh. Save me. Hey. Look at that wobbly line. Oh man. Don't worry, we'll try to clean up some of these. I think. Unsteady hands. Okay. Alrighty. I need another color. So we gotta increase it. We gotta increase our palette. Something like, and then I actually need a darker color now that, oh yeah. Okay. Alright. So let's get to it. Oh, the black thing. We'll do that later. So let's see how this works out. First, we're gonna apply one texture. Ah, ah, ah. And that is going to be, oh, that's not the, so we need something lighter. That seems pretty reasonable. Let's see if I can get this to work. So, ah! Oh, we do have this too. Nope, that's not it. Nope, not what I'm looking for. Okay. Wait, what happens if I... Nope, it doesn't change with... Okay, it's fine. It's like magic. This is where someone's gonna say, see, digital art is easy. No skill. I'm kidding, I might have just started a flame war. Okay, yeah, this will work. It'll make sense in a little bit. It's what I expected from this particular one. That's good. This is where if I had my own like art studio, I would go around looking for like a specific type of paper or a roller or something, and put a glob of paint on there and then roll the thing around to see if it gets the texture that I want. And since I've already used this before, I was like, oh, okay, well, this texture is close enough. So, right, it's close enough. It creates the parts that are reflective, like internally reflective in the stained glass. So I do need to also find a complementary. Complementary is probably going to be slightly red and like on the brighter side. Okay. Maybe not. Maybe we're gonna go with like, this seems okay for now. Oh, that actually works to my advantage. That it keeps it consistently spotted. I needed something that keeps the spacing, so they must not overlap. I needed a texture that looked like it creates bubbles, but they can't overlap. But they can't stack on top of each other. If they stack on top of each other, it's gonna, or it's not gonna be looking like the thing that I want. What was this? Take this. Okay. This is why I was trying to vector something, but oh no, it's gonna be a nightmare for me to like try to clean up the lines. Investing in vectoring something would definitely, the end game would have been a lot cleaner. Let's go with this. So this is what I would consider as the highlight, right? So we're doing highlights already early on. Because I think it'll look better, or would it look the same? I'm not sure if it'll look better the other way around. I haven't really thought about it. Oops. We can always switch the layer. Just nice. Not it. All right, that's good enough, right? Now we do our darks, and I have an idea as well. That's not it. I think that's what I'm looking for. So Now we take this. Wait, is that? Oh, that would explain that. Okay. Okay. So now I need 2 sets, right? I need... Okay. Yeah, I should have done that first to see what it looks like. We can color back though, because those things are fixed shapes, right? So we can color back, which is good because we can add a new dimension to this. Good thing I kept this palette here. Otherwise I'd be a little lost. So what this is creating is the bottom, the back. And the back is kind of like, it has like a bit of, it's kind of spiny. So we're gonna just take a brush that has somewhat of a spiny texture to it and put it behind the thing. And then oftentimes these things reflect inside and next to each other. So we're gonna take the colors that are next to each other and change up a little bit of the contact points. So then they would be reflecting onto each other, right? And then I'm gonna add a separate glow on top of it that is coming from large pieces to create light piercing through the thing. And then we clean up the lines again, maybe like the most egregious ones, and call it a day. I think it's capturing the effect that I like, so it's kind of nice. Somewhere close to the effect that I want. It'll continue to be okay. If there's anything all my experimentations help me out with, in my opinion, is how to improvise when you see a look and then like, what else can I add to this? Make it look better, right? Or to like complement it. That's kind of something that is very, in my opinion, very difficult to substitute without experience. Right? And I think this is doing just the trick. Still so much more to go, but let's see. And there is a reason why I'm adding these things. So the outer border is kind of random, right? It's to highlight the colors they're in. But these things, this is like a strip of a road. And these are hills, right? And then these are trees. This is the pierced skyline. And then occasionally there's the sun ray, right? and then more trees in the back. And that's kind of where I got the randomness of the color choices. I don't know if it's probably kind of obvious, so maybe it's not as clever as I think it is. Oh, I missed one. If it was already obvious, that's I like that it was obvious. I'm just explaining some stuff for fun. Okay. So I think yes, and then now we have to do our... Oh, this is kind of tough. I forgot to add these palettes. There should be no space. Oh wait, the ears are different. Dang it. Oh wait. I didn't even finish the ear things yet. I didn't do the... Okay. That's fine. And at the contact points, they're already gonna bleed into each other, which is perfectly fine. It's actually part of the... It's actually part of the design. I kind of want them to bleed into the neighboring ones. But I do have to go back and make the lines a lot darker and bigger. So we have to go and do that soon. Okay. I want to change this one. So need to correct this. Oops. My hand wobbled. Oh wait, it's not that one. Okay. And then we can swap it up to this. And it was this one. Oh yeah, we can easily replace. This is gonna work. All right, and then we haven't had the palette for the white yet. Ooh, it looks really cool. The effect is pretty cool. Very neat. All right. Okay. Now it kind of looks like what I think stained glass is kind of like. Now we got other things to do. So let's try something first. I want to see if this produces what I think it's going to do. So now we take this and let's try this. Intriguing, okay. Okay. And then let's do these. But not onto. Oh, yeah. That's actually. No, I think this is. Oops. Okay. And then no, I missed something. Okay. All right. Oops. Oh. Oops. Okay. Now, oh, what else was I gonna do? I really should clean up these lines before the day's over. Two lines. And it's actually a little bit more involved than okay. Oh no, this is gonna be so hard. No. I don't think we're gonna do this. Hold up. Wait. No, that doesn't help. Hold up. No. Okay. We're just gonna do the outline of this. Heck. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that is definitely pushing my penmanship to. Ooh. I think we're okay with not. Yeah. Heck. This almost feels like the time when I kept practicing kanji writing, like character writing. Oh, now I'm starting to notice something else I can do. Yeah. In fact, I think the thing I originally thought would be a great idea might not be the great... Wouldn't work that well, actually. Actually, I'm gonna go back and... change those a little. Okay. Interesting. Now I noticed that there's something that I actually do want to change. We can make it fade instead. How did you practice your kanji writing? You did a lot when using RTK and would write them again and again in a grid paper notebook. Oh, I wrote on the screen. I spent most of my time writing on the screen. So whenever I review and recall, I wrote them at the same time. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Grid paper would have been great. Instead, you know how Duolingo and the SRS stuff, they typically have boxes already set up, so I would be writing on top of them. Like, whenever I'm reviewing and stuff, it would already be lined up. So, what I did. We talked, learned, and created networks at the same time. I wrote them by doing networks. Yeah. What was I doing? Oh. I didn't need this, after all. And then... I wanted to make it a little bit demarcated. Or basically just clearing out so this should make the center of the plates stand out a lot more. Whoops. No! It's fine. We'll just accept it. I didn't lift my end the whole time, so I accidentally sometimes my hand kinda just does what it wants. This is to create some depth in the pieces. Yeah, now all the pieces have depth on the edges. Do you have any plans to find a few bright, shiny details to sell the glass look? Yeah, that's what we were gonna try to do. Yeah, that's what we were gonna try to do. Instead, I was gonna do it with a line stuff, but so maybe we can cheat this. That doesn't work. I'm like, nope, that doesn't work. Wait. Oh, no. Hold on. No, it doesn't work. Oh, I'm gonna probably go through and do the lines myself. Right. There is also... Hang on. It does look a lot cleaner now, though, which is good. I do need to make like a frame around it, so let's just throw something in the back. Let's take... We'll do noise, right? Maybe floor and gray. Gray is a good complement. Okay, and then darker gray. It's probably going to be at the edge, so it's not really that a big a deal. Oh boy. Let's see if I can randomly do this instead. Could I hold? Hold? Oh, this would be interesting too. That's interesting. We're not gonna do that though. Okay. I'm trying to find like just oh, you know what? I mean, I'm probably no. I require a hard edge. I need like hold on. I'm thinking. How much time do I have? I have an hour. Ow, my hand. It has to be very sharp. We have to. I think the thing we're just gonna do is I'm gonna go through and. That's silly. Sorry. That's pretty funny. No. What are you sorry? Yay! That this to me feels like you know I ran out of time. Like that's what that tells me. Like, you know I ran out of time. Okay, okay, all right. Yeah, we're gonna go through and just do our fun little. We're gonna try to. Did you see my? Did you have? Wait. Did you see my compliments? Wait. What compliments? Also, oh no, I didn't. Also, this looks great. I especially like the thicker border on the red panda and the color bleeding ties it together. Yeah. Yeah. So I think the color bleeding is pretty much what I'm gonna keep, right? Possibly. It really looks nice. I'm genuinely satisfied with it. Oh, I do need to place a uh where are you? What did I oh, where'd you go? There we go. Oh, that's a thing. There's also this thing, right? Oops. Now we're grounding the wall. Okay. We're just gonna go around and pick our favorite blocks and call it a day. What's our favorite blocks? This was fun. This was great. Whoops. Let's go pick our favorite blocks. Let's see how I'm gonna get it though. Or no, I think it's gonna stay outside. Let's see how that looks for a moment. No, I'm not buying that. Try a different approach. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Have you listened to Niwamori piano? I think you might like their work. I don't know. I will take a look at it. Thank you for the suggestion. Obviously I'll be listening to it in my um personal time. The music that I have here is the reason they're being played is because it's copyright free. But I imagine piano music and Japanese of that name sounds amazing. Yeah, so definitely bigger blobs. It's the most contemporary piece music stuff you heard? Nice. I'll have to check it out. Thank you for the suggestion. I have a bunch of things to do lately, and that's beautiful. Like what I mean is I love that I've lately become have like a bunch of things to try out. I'll let you know next time. I would try to bring it up. Recently, I've had the pleasure. That might be a little too intense. Dang it, these jelly bean things don't work. Oops. What the heck is that? Why is that still there? Where did I put the... Hold. Midlife crisis. What is that spray? Where did I... What the... Oh. Excuse me? Oh no. Crises. Hold up. Someone got some dirt on my glass. You joined the... Should I link it there? Yeah, sure. Sure. That makes it a lot that's very convenient. Hang on. I forgot to finish the line art. Lots of experimenting. We got a lot of time to experiment. Whoop. Ah. I have a few more ideas left, and then if they don't work out, we're good. How did I miss that by that much? What am I doing? Oh yeah, my hand's getting tired. Um... Uh, how do we gonna sell this? Maybe we do like. Nope. I think maybe making it extremely elaborate. Or wait. That doesn't work. That's not what I think. How about that? Looks like it's broken. No. 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 Then help. I think it's fine. Imagine a few of the bubbles being bright but very sparingly. The jelly beans also might look good. And yeah, that's kind of... We're just gonna blast this with different things and make it look ornate. There's still one more thing that I'm got to do still, which is let's do that first and see what happens. Okay. Hey Danny. Hello. And then I guess we're gonna do some yeah, I like the bubbles. I like the lens flare. Maybe we'll do some bubbles. So maybe Okay. And then usually I use 2 colors, so run over those places. I like white and yellow for sunlight stuff. And then let's go and throw in some bean dippers and some stuff. And then I gotta do the frame, and then we're gone. We gotta do the gone. And because of the glow, I think the glow is what was missing. I want to put it placed underneath. I want to be underneath. This is your favorite so far? What was my last one? Oh, my last one was pretty chaotic. Here's my last one. Oh man, this guy seen better days, I tell you. It's like sensory overload. It's a blunder. But this one definitely screams the note of. It's great. Confetti? Nah, just glow in the dark paint. It's whatever. It's whatever you think it is. It can be anything. It was kind of supposed to be a chaotic thing. So you can do whatever you want to call it. Let's pick some of our favorite jelly beaners, you know? Oh, it could be like strategic places here too for the jelly beaners. Oh no. We want to keep it. Let's keep it within the shade. Okay. And then let's do a little bit more. Hmm. What do you think of your study? Oh, what do you mean of your study? Oh, did you post something? Hold up. Wait. Aww. Yeah, what was the cat's name again? Very nice. Very nice. I see you placed the kitty cat in the place. Some part of me kind of just wants to also like all right, we're good. We're gonna stop now. It looks fine. All right, let's put a frame on this. My hand. Yeah, back-to-back 6 hour, back-to-back 11 hours is. I'm not that young anymore. We need to cut. Cut. My hand is like basically shaking from holding the brush down. Okay. I'm still kind of one behind at the moment. But we did have a lot of fun experimenting today. Heck. I was thinking of making like a permanent thing, but it looks like the frames really do be changing it up. It's so tiny. I have enough space to. Wait, what was the prompt? The prompt was ornate. Oh my gosh. Oh, I know the perfect word for. I know the perfect character in my opinion to capture ornate. I was making this smaller because as much as I don't want to cut this corner, it's gonna have to happen. Close enough. I was eyeballing. Oh, I could shift the whole thing to the left a little. Hang on. Or the other way around. Shift the... I don't know. Okay. Okie dokie. Huh. What would the... I feel like it's gonna probably be most complemented by... like a... sunset. Right, that didn't work. Hold up. Looking. I'm looking. Hold. No, we're going with... No. Then what would be the... what would be the pattern? This is fine. Hmm. Hold. It's looking. Oh no. Hmm. Nope. Sure. Let's just go with this. Hang on. Nope. That's okay. I think that's good. Okay. What are we writing? Oh, yeah. I think we're writing or do, right? Yeah. Or yeah, I think we're definitely doing oi or do. That's what we're gonna go with. My body is saying no. Give up now. I need to heck. I know it's not visible right now, but it'll make sense in a bit. Ah! Wait, I missed a stroke. Okay, that's awkward. Shh. No one will know. No one will ever know. Shh. No. Oh, now everyone knows. No one will ever know. But shh. I thought I had my mind's eye unlocked, but clearly not. you know very well. Okay, this is pretty good. It's good enough. What? Hello? The border, like, the character is getting smaller and smaller. Kind of funny. It's slowly becoming less and less less part of the thing. This one was a pretty big undertaking though. Okay. I'll eventually normalize the frame at some point. There was quite a lot of I had more ideas, but I don't there's no guarantee that they would. All right. No background this time, but it was good. We did it. The prompt was ornate. So I like using all. All means like oi, and do means like just a lot. This is a lot. Although it's kind of very tiny. It's the smallest corner. Make it a little bigger. Okay. Alright. That's it. We did it. Now we're almost caught up. Almost caught up. And we'll do it all over again a couple more times. Okay. So. Day... what? Day 17? Let's write it flat here. Day 17. Today's the 18th, right? Or the 19th. It's that night. So. What was it? What did I say? Ornate? Okay. We did it. 2 more down the hatch. Okay. Let's go save this. 3 hours and 4 hours. We still need to cut down the hours. The 2-hour one yesterday felt nice. I tried to keep it to 4 hours total. I still got the single days are pretty good because the single days I can do like 4 hours and really lean in on some stuff. What's this, day 7? Ornate. I'm saving the file before I forget. There was a time when I ended the stream and I just closed out the program. Thankfully, these programs autosave, but one time I legitimately just closed out and didn't save anything. and I went back and I was like, wait a minute. Where's the where's the problem? All right. Ooh, aw. Oh, that's so cute. All right, now we have 2 artists in the. Now we have 2 artists in the house. Very nice. Oh, I'm looking at your goats. Your goat like Oh, it's so cute. I love the oh man, that is one sassy looking little adorable goat thing. The flowers are fantastic. Ooh, I love the angles, the angular thing. Oh, the little cute little guy in the. That's great. Yeah, I might have to sit down. Maybe I'll do art outside of. Maybe I'll try to do art outside of. I think I can do all the emotes again. You know that emote that you like, for example, that emote that you used, Danny. That was before Inktober. Like, that emote is before Inktober. It was one of the, yeah, and those emotes. So all the emotes that I made, those were the first things that I made. And, or they were the first iterations. It was MS Paint at first. They looked like MS Paint at first. And then so those were some of the first ones. And I haven't gone back to doing them. So emotes are actually a lot easier than, obviously to me personally, it you can't blast it with a lot of detail. So you kind of are more about being precise with the stuff. So anyways. Well, come back. So that means if I do a double prompt tomorrow, which is possible, or I might take a break and just do one prompt. I'm actually only one prompt behind. However, I do have 2 lesson days coming eventually on WaniKani, so I still have 3 double prompt days left. If I get caught up and talk to people and stuff, then whatever. But there's 3 guaranteed double prompt days. Actually 4, because there's a Phantom X Persona 5 Phantom X update on like the 23rd. On the 23rd. So I have to do these days, at least 4 or 5 more of these days. And then all the other ones, we're gonna see what we can do. Right. Yeah, this one was great. The part that I'm not too satisfied with is probably this part, this little like chest part. I kind of got lost in what I was doing here. It's fine. Like, I can extend this over here and then move this closer here, and that'd be okay. But it's fine. No, you can't unsee it after you see it, so you're welcome. Alright folks, that's a wrap for today. Thank you for hanging out, Beep. And I'm glad you got some work done, Danny. I look forward to everyone else who's making stuff. You don't have to be active in social media, of course. I think the wonderful thing that can be motivating is to motivate others and, you know, motivate yourself. Find some. I stand by all the things that I was digressing today. It is wonderful to be able to somewhat express yourself in some way, because then people around you would be also expressive. So if all else fails, one of the incentives to be expressive in some way to your, you know, level of privacy and whatnot is that then there's a higher opportunity and environmental change to be around other people who are expressive. If you want energy and some days you are low, it's always kind of nice to have companions that know you're low in energy, and they can also be there to provide some of that energy. You don't have to do it alone, right? However, if you have a superpower and you are doing it alone, hopefully you have some to share for other people who may need it, right? Stand by it all the time. I look forward to hearing. I still have my, like, I have a calendar of people that, like I said, we're gonna speak again in 5 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. I hope it happens. I would love to catch up with all those people, right? So until then, that's a wrap today. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you. It's an ever privilege. arigatou gozaimasu, right? 谢谢，感谢，感谢. You're feel free to follow along. We will talk definitely in 10 years. Yeah. Feel free to follow along. Come on by, right? Do your thing. Like I love matane. Yeah. So for until now, you're more than welcome. Always come by and yap, exchange some conversations. I have questions for you. Don't think your life is silly, mundane. If your life is silly and mundane, at least I don't have your life. So come on by and share a little bit of story, and I'll ask a few questions. Right? Let's try to encourage each other, keep each other motivated and interesting, and interested in our own life. Right? For the sake of others. I'm gonna quote Claire Obscure, for those that come after. Right? For those that come after. That's number one here for me. So until then, see you guys next time. またね。皆さんまたね。大家下次见。Right? 感謝观看。見てくれてありがとう。Thanks for watching, and I'll be back tomorrow. Bye bye.